One man is being victimized by our own government. One man whom they fear, yet whom millions love. One man who is willing to take the poison arrows of lawfare. One man whose voice has been taken away by a corrupt judge operating in a corrupt system. One man who has been ridiculed and insulted. One man who refused to back down. One man who refused to back down. One man who refused to back down. One man who stands between us and them. One man that wants to see America protected again. One man who wants to see America prosper again. One man who understands that a man is a man and a woman is a woman. One man who understands and protects the blessing of life. One man who wants to restore American exceptionalism. One man who once again wants to make America that shining city on a hill for all to see. A place where all the people of the world glowingly set their eyes upon. America. One man who unashamedly wants to make America great again. That one man is Donald Trump.
This is Fanfare with Barry Cunningham.
What's up, everybody? Welcome to, hopefully, the day we see the big, beautiful bill passed. That's what we're waiting on right now. Can you believe I broadcast live yesterday for the better half of 19 hours. 19 hours we broadcasted live. We went through all the holdups, all the delays, everything these people were doing to try and kill the bill. A bunch of Republicans didn't want to get on board. And here we are at 11 o'clock the following morning, back at it again. I had to stop the stream earlier because I had a appointment with General Michael Flynn, which I will show you guys later, as we are all anticipating, waiting for the big, beautiful bill to get finalized. So I thought that by the time I got done with the interview and I would start this show, that we'd already be in the midst of the vote or taking the vote, and we're not there yet. He is still talking. 5 or 6 hours later, he is still talking. So I don't want to get into the middle of a show, obviously, and then have to shut it down and jump over and cover the voting. So right now, I'm going to, let's go back to what we were doing, waiting for this guy to stop. I got a lot of news for you, a lot of good things happening, but again, it'd be stupid to start in the news part of things and then have to break and then go cover the vote. So let's listen to him whine a little bit longer, and then we'll see the vote together. So just hang on. We're going to get to the news. We're going to get to the interviews. And then, of course, later on tonight at 6:30-ish, at 8:30, we'll have the rally with President Trump. So it's going to be a long day. God willing, and if the weather stays okay, I'm going to stay on the entire time. I'll be here from now until probably sometime about 10 o'clock. Another 12-hour binge with you guys. I'm going to make it fun, though. We're going to do some fun things along the way, so stick around, and we'll make it as fun as possible. But as we're watching history in the making, although it's this idiot talking and the people behind him trying to stay awake listening to him, I think it's important that we see where we are and how we're going to get to the point that we need to get to. So without further ado, I'm going to bring on the debate, as they're calling it, and I'll come back in between, and we'll, hopefully get to the voting relatively shortly. All right, I'll be back.
And he was hit repeatedly in the head by masked federal agents while he was on the ground. Let me park right there parenthetically for a moment. Seems to me that every other law enforcement professional in the United States of America has to disclose their identity in a way that is identifiable. These masks need to come down. They need to come down. They need to come down. These agents should just be held to the same set of standards as every other law enforcement officer in the United States of America. And if you don't understand the righteousness of that position, just study the case of Narciso. His oldest son, a Marine veteran, said in an interview, what we weren't prepared for and didn't prep him for was these guys attacking him. We never expected anything like that. We expected these guys to act professionally. And up to the standards of the United States government. Are masked, armed federal agents who beat people on the ground really the standards the United States government should be standing by? Are these the types of actions, Mr. Speaker, that House Republicans endorse and support? This is not the way that anyone in the United States of America should be treated, particularly the father of 3 patriotic Marines. No one should be treated this way, but certainly not the father of 3 patriotic Marines in the United States of America. It's outrageous. It's out of control. And it's completely and totally unacceptable. Unacceptable. Unacceptable here in the United States of America. We are better than this. Better than this. Mr. Speaker, I've talked about the aspirational vision that we have for a country where everybody can afford to live the good life and work hard, play by the rules, experience the American dream, live the good life, good paying job, good housing, good health care, good education for their children, and a good retirement. That's not too much to ask in the United States of America, the wealthiest country in the history of the world, a great country, an exceptional country, as Abraham Lincoln once observed in a speech in the chamber of the House of Representatives. America, the last best hope of Earth. Spent a little time talking about the type of things, the type of America that we should be working hard at a bipartisan way to bring about, and spent some time critiquing this one big, ugly bill. And it's not like Republicans, Mr. Speaker, weren't given every opportunity to try to address the concerns that we have raised. I'm thankful for my colleagues in all of the committees of jurisdiction.
You know, I've been watching some of the comments, and people are like, I'm going to mute him. I don't want to hear it. Fingers in the ear. I did a really, what I think like a 35-minute interview with General Flynn. And it was amazing listening to General Flynn. And he echoes specifically what I've been telling you. You really do need to listen to what these people say. As anguished as you may become, as torturous as it feels, if you are going to be a digital soldier, if you are going to be somebody who helps save America, you need to hear what the enemy is saying. You can't ignore them. You can't say, I can't take the lies. Because this is working. This is working to help destroy America. If you have looked at any of the numbers lately, you know at this point, half of your government, literally half of your government, wants this stuff to happen. If you've looked at voting numbers, almost half of the entire country wants this stuff to happen. We are never going to emerge. We are never going to win if we don't understand what we're up against and how we need to be talking about it and who we need to be talking to. And as I was talking to Michael Flynn earlier, and I'm like, I keep telling everybody, people, they just want to just go back into a cocoon and only want to absorb the good stuff and not understand how important it is to take your veggies. Because just because President Trump got elected, just because President Trump has been doing great, the economy's doing better, much better, which I'll show you, just because the big beautiful bill is probably going to be passed, really doesn't matter in the long game. President Trump is only going to be president until 2028. You got elections coming up in 2026. These people are going to hit hard. They're going to pull out every stop they can pull out. And so, if you understand that 35%, maybe almost 40% of the American population didn't even vote, just didn't care. If you see up in New York, nearly 80% of the people in New York, well, depending on Democrats, Republican, didn't even vote. Apathy is American poison. Ignorance is just as toxic. Because if you understand that 35 to 40% of Americans did not vote, or registered voters did not vote, the Democrats only have to get this much. Remember, this election and most elections at this point are between 4 and 7 points. We are 4 to 7 points away from losing the country at any give and take. Or just imagine if the Democrats were in charge of the Congress. We're 3 votes away from them being in control of the House. We're 6 votes away from them being in control of the Senate. So if in the presidential vote, like I just said, is between 4 and 6 points. So we're talking small margins, yet large amount of people who can be coerced. So he's not talking to you. He's not talking to Republicans. He's talking to people who they might be able to put in this bucket for 2026. He knows they've lost this. This is gone. This is a foregone conclusion. I know he's lying. You know he's lying. But there's some people out there who don't have a flipping clue. And they're only going to hear one side because some of you are like, I don't want to hear it. Yeah, let's just get to the vote. And I'm like, no, I need to know what my opponent is thinking. And I need to know, in terms of this electorate, why my sisters might feel this way, or why my friends might feel this way, or why my coworkers might feel this way, why people in my church might feel this way. And you can't respond because you don't even know what they said. If you go to church, if you go to a restaurant, you go to the golf course, and somebody says, Trump, he's taking Medicaid away from 17 million people. Are you just going to turn away and go, okay, what time's tea time? What time's restaurant? What appetizer do you? No, you better be ready to engage. I'm sorry. I'm looking to be a digital warrior. I am looking to make sure that this stuff doesn't continue. It's permeating. It's raising. You would have never thought 5 years ago that they might be electing a communist mayor in the biggest city in the country, did you? Probably because you didn't pay any attention. It's stupid. It doesn't bother me. I don't live in New York. How about Chicago? No, I don't live in Chicago either. I don't really care. How about Portland? How about Washington State? How about Massachusetts? It's spreading like a fungus, a bad virus all over the place, and I think a lot of it has to do because of ignorance. They have repeated it over and over. 17 million. They're going to throw people in jail and cages, and it's inhumane. And people get off the SNAP benefits and Medicaid. That's why they end up killing people, because they're being indoctrinated. And none of us, but the people who choose not to listen, not to understand what your opponents are saying, it could be devastating to this country. You've got to stand up and listen and understand that you're in a battle. Spiritually, American, you're in a battle. And when you're in a battle, you do not ignore what the opponent is doing. Otherwise, they're gonna come get you. I know many of you have hunted, and you have to do all the different things hunters do and get in your high hide, and you don't just stand in the field hoping a deer comes by. Because while you're standing in the field looking for a deer to come by, a bear comes up and bites you in the you-know-what. So I respect all of you who say, I don't want to hear it, because I don't want to hear it either. But you need to hear it. That's the difference. It sucks. It's a lie. It's torturous. It's BS. It's anti-American. It's sour. It's disgusting. Put any adjective you want. But nonetheless, half of the country is sopping this up with a biscuit. And there's a small percentage of people who don't know the difference, that it's fiction. That's why I listen to it.
Big difference between us and them. Big difference. Mr. Speaker, Representative Johanna Hayes introduced an amendment to strike all provisions that would cut food assistance for children, seniors, and veterans. Republicans voted that down. How cruel. How cruel. Representative Shontel Brown had an amendment to strike burdensome red tape requirements that threaten nutritional assistance for millions of Americans and their families. Republicans voted that down. I mentioned earlier, Mr. Speaker, this notion that Republicans are trying to spin to the American people that the attack on nutritional assistance, imposing these paperwork requirements, or as Frank Pallone would say, red tape requirements, that's all about waste, fraud, and abuse. I think common sense suggests to us it has nothing to do with waste, fraud, and abuse. Mr. Speaker, I made clear earlier that as House Democrats, we believe that as custodians of taxpayer dollars, we need to make sure that we are spending that money efficiently, effectively, and equitably. And that we are committed to eliminating waste, fraud, and abuse wherever it may be found. I mean, one of the things that's interesting about this bill, this appears to be part of the deal that was negotiated by the senator from Alaska, is that the states apparently that have the highest error rates with respect to supplemental nutritional assistance are shielded from the initial impact of the nutritional assistance cuts. Let's think about that for a moment. How can it be that Republicans, Mr. Speaker, are claiming that this bill has anything to do with waste, fraud, and abuse, and yet the states with the highest error rate, as Republicans during the Rules Committee acknowledged under questioning from Jim McGovern and Mary Gay Scanlon and Joe Neguse and Teresa Leger Fernandez, acknowledged that the states with the highest error rates actually shielded from the initial impact of the cuts to supplemental nutritional assistance. Angie Craig pointed this out. It exposes, in my view, the lie being told, Mr. Speaker, by some in this town that this effort, this one big, ugly bill, is somehow about combating waste, fraud, and abuse. One of the reasons why we know common sense dictates that this one big, ugly bill has nothing to do with meaningfully going after waste, fraud, and abuse is that, on average, SNAP beneficiaries receive $6 per day to try to help them not go hungry. Try to make sure that veterans and children and seniors don't go hungry. Mr. Speaker, I think it's important for the American people to process. That's what SNAP on average provides, $6 per day. At the same time, Elon Musk, his federal contracts, as we understand it, amount to $8 million per day. Mr. Speaker, if Republicans were really serious about targeting waste, fraud, and abuse in the United States of America, start there. $8 million per day. Start right there. Don't take it, don't rip it from the mouths of children, seniors, or veterans. If Republicans were really serious about targeting waste, fraud, and abuse, start right there with Elon Musk. And we'll join you. We'll welcome you into the warm embrace of the House Democratic Caucus to target waste, fraud, and abuse. Start right there. You can start right there, Mr. Speaker. Start right there. Ranking members Jim McGovern and Bobby Scott had an amendment Mr. Speaker, to prohibit the bill from going into effect unless cuts to Medicaid and SNAP would not result in fewer families being eligible for free school meals. Mr. Speaker, as you know, Republicans voted down that amendment. We can't find a way to stand up for school meals, for school breakfast, for school lunch. That's just cruel. It is callous. It's a corrupt perversion of this process, targeting, as this one big ugly bill does, school children, hungry school children in the United States of America. Speaker, Representative Mike Thompson had an amendment that would have ensured Americans would not see their energy costs go up, and to protect the millions of good-paying jobs that this bill will eliminate, because this one big ugly bill puts a target on the backs of the clean energy economy, on clean energy jobs, which result in cheaper energy and lower costs for the American people. We were told by President Donald Trump when he was on the campaign trail, costs would go down on day one. He was going to focus, we were told, on lowering the high cost of living in the United States of America. That's not what this bill does. And we know it, because 21 House Republicans made that clear in a letter that I cited earlier that's now part of this public record. Representative Mike Thompson, supported by others, had an amendment. All of these amendments co-sponsored by members all across the gorgeous mosaic of the House Democratic Caucus. We're proud of the fact that we look like we represent, in the most intimate way possible, consistent with John Adams' original vision of the House of Representatives, that the House should be a portrait of the American people. That's what we represent. We're proud of that fact. The gorgeous mosaic of the American people. That's what we're all about, in the most intimate way possible. That's why we love the House, and what the House is supposed to represent. The best of the House, not what we're seeing on the floor right now. Mr. Speaker, Republicans voted down the amendment introduced by Representative Mike Thompson that was designed to ensure that Americans would not see their energy costs go up. It was also designed to protect the good-paying American jobs that were part of both the Bipartisan Infrastructure and Jobs Act, the Infrastructure and Jobs Act, as well as the Inflation Reduction Act. And so this amendment was designed to lift up the principle of actually trying to create good-paying union jobs that actually allow people to provide a comfortable living in the United States of America. Amongst this all-out assault that we are witnessing in the United States is an all-out assault on organized labor, an assault on collective bargaining, an assault on the freedom to negotiate. What's the difference, Mr. Speaker, between us and our colleagues on the other side of the aisle? I think one of the things that is a clear difference, Mr. Speaker, is that we recognize that in connection with this journey, work hard, play by the rules, imagine and dare to dream the ability to live the good life, to experience the American dream. An American dream that when you work hard and play by the rules, you should be able to provide a comfortable living for yourself and for your family. Educate your children. Purchase a home. Have access to high-quality health care. Go on vacation every now and then. And then one day retire with grace and dignity. That's the American dream. That's the ability to afford and access the good life. And we believe as House Democrats that no single force in the United States of America has done more to bring the American dream to life than organized labor, and we will continue to stand up for organized labor today, tomorrow, and always. Not undermine good-paying union jobs. That's what this bill, this one big ugly bill, does in the United States of America. We're going to stand up. Stand up. Stand up for organized labor. This is personal to me. My parents, Marlon Jeffries, Lanita Jeffries, they raised us, my younger brother Hassan and I, they raised us in a working class union household. I'm thankful for that. We were raised in central Brooklyn. Now, my mom grew up in Connecticut. And I mentioned that must be Johanna Hayes. I don't see Rosa DeLauro on my sight line, but we're so thankful for all of the members of the Connecticut delegation. I'm an unofficial sixth member of the Connecticut delegation. My mom raised in Bristol, Connecticut. She went to Bristol High School. Thankful for my mom. And my dad, I mentioned earlier, he grew up in Newark. That must be LaMonica MacGyver. I grew up in Brick City. I mentioned earlier he had the nickname Pudding. I failed to ask him, but I'm going to see if my mom can unlock the key to that nickname for me. My mom grew up in Bristol, Connecticut, and my father grew up in Newark. And I mentioned earlier that he then went off to serve this country in uniform as an Air Force member, served in Germany during the Cold War. I think about that a lot. I didn't get to talk too much about it. I wish I would have had the opportunity to talk a little bit more with my dad about that. It's an extraordinary thing in the United States of America that someone could grow up in inner city Newark and then have the ability, in part, thanks to President Harry Truman, to serve with people of all races to defend this great country. I wish I would have had the opportunity to talk to my dad a little bit more about his experience in Germany, because the one thing that I've been able to take away from that experience was that he came back having fallen in love with Heinekens and Becks. But he came back after serving this country, Mr. Speaker, in uniform, as so many men and women do right now in uniform. And let me make clear, we're so thankful, we're so appreciative of the courage of the men and women in uniform who serve in the United States military, and we will always stand behind you. We thank you for your service, your patriotism, your courage, your heroism, and your sacrifice, lifting up the freedom that is America. You are not suckers, you are heroes. You're not suckers, you're heroes. We're thankful for your service. The men and women, no better hype person than Frederica Wilson. So my dad, as I mentioned, grew up in Newark. My mom in Bristol, Connecticut. So they meet at Central State University. Proud to note, a historically black college and university that has given so much. Historically black colleges and universities to the United States of America, and we will always stand behind you. Always stand behind you. We will always stand behind you. I wouldn't be here right now without a historically black college and university. I'll never run away from that. I will never run away from that. And we're proud of the fact, we can check the record, proud of the fact that over the last few years prior to this administration, historic investment in Hispanic serving institutions, in historically black colleges and universities, in higher education. That's part of who I am right now. I don't know if I'll have time to tell the story of my grandmother. Maybe I will. I got so many stories, I feel like I'm in a hip-hop studio right now. But they all relate to what makes every single one of us, every single Democrat, have a story to tell. A story to tell. Brooklyn will get that. Every single one of us have a story to tell. That leads us to this moment. It's the reason why we're fighting hard against this incredible and unprecedented assault on the American way of life and an assault on organized labor. So my parents, they meet Central State University, and Dad would tell us, my younger brother and I, that it was love at first sight. But apparently my mom said, not so fast. But it worked out. I'm thankful for that. They met at Central State University. And so, of course, I mentioned that mom from Connecticut, father from New Jersey. Why was it that we grew up in New York City? Apparently, they compromised and moved to Brooklyn. And so I'm raised in Brooklyn, New York, working class neighborhood, in the middle of the crack cocaine epidemic. Dangerous times in New York City. In a union household, proud that I grew up in the Cornerstone Baptist Church, still a member of the Cornerstone Baptist Church. Grew up in this union household. And Mr. Speaker, I land on that moment, and every single one of us as House Democrats have a similar story to tell about why in our heart, in our soul, in our essence, in our experience, we're so horrified by the attacks on organized labor. Because we understand the importance of what organized labor has meant to the American journey. My mom and dad were both public servants throughout their entire lives. My mom worked for 45 years, DC 37, for the city of New York. My dad, he worked for 30 years. He was a member of the Public Employees Foundation. He was a substance abuse social worker dealing with addiction. During the heroin explosion of the 1970s, the crack cocaine epidemic of the 1980s. But they got married in 1967. And they were newlyweds. And many people familiar with the history of the labor movement, particularly in New York City, know that in 1967, the Social Service Employees Union, which they both belonged to at the time, famously went on strike for better pay, better health care, better working conditions, and most importantly, better service to the clients that they served. And I've thought about that fact. They were newlyweds. A few months in, and they had to make a decision. when the Social Service Employees Union went out on strike, whether they would cross the picket line, because it was unclear, perhaps, how they would pay for food and rent and clothing as newlyweds in a new city. Or, Mr. Speaker, were they going to stand in solidarity with their union brothers and sisters? I'm so thankful, Mr. Speaker, when I learned that my parents made that decision to stand on that picket line for as long as it took in solidarity with their union brothers and sisters. That's part of our DNA. That's part of why we fight so hard. We can all trace a similar story. An inheritance from our parents and our grandparents. All of us have that kind of story to tell. Why am I so thankful that my parents made what I believe was a tough personal decision, but of course the right decision? It's because of what that union membership actually meant to my journey and my younger brother's journey. 1973, my younger brother was born with a serious heart condition. He's okay right now. He's doing well. Right now, he continues to say on social media that he's our mother's favorite son. Let me say from the House floor, no, you are not. I think she favors both of us. A younger brother in 1973, he's born with a serious heart condition. He's okay right now. He's born with a serious heart condition. I'm thankful that it was that union negotiated health care that got our family through that difficult moment. That's why we do what we do. Our own personal experience. And then in the early 80s, my parents, modest living. Neither of them, even at the tail end of decades-long careers, ever made more than $50,000. Modest living. But in the early 80s in Crown Heights, rough neighborhood, central Brooklyn, they bought their first and only home. They were able to buy that home, the home that my younger brother Hassan and I were raised in, because of that union negotiated salary, and pay off the mortgage down to zero because of that union negotiated salary. This is personal to us, our own journey. And lastly, as it relates to this part of my journey, why we all fight for what we fight for, why we stood behind Mike Thompson's amendment to protect good-paying union jobs. I went to college. I went to Binghamton University. When I first got here, I was surprised to learn, actually, that I was the first graduate of Binghamton University ever elected to the United States Congress. I was shocked to learn that. but not the last. Because Vindman and Mannion have now joined us. And so we tripled the size of the Binghamton University delegation. It's part of the reason why we stand up for higher education and public education. That's our own experience. So I graduated from Binghamton University. My younger brother graduated from Morehouse University. I think that was Hank Johnson. Sanford Bishop. Graduated from Morehouse. I graduated from Binghamton University. And somehow, we managed to graduate from college without owing anything. And for the life of me, I couldn't figure out how. Because as I mentioned, my mom, my dad, they just earned a modest living all throughout their careers. So one day I had a conversation with my mom and I was trying to figure it out. How did you pull that off? She said, well, I wanted to make sure my two sons could have a clean start to life. So I borrowed against my union negotiated pension to make sure my two sons could get free and clear of loans and get a higher education as part of our effort to experience the American dream. And so we all say to our brothers and sisters in organized labor, you don't ever have to worry about whether House Democrats are going to stand up for you because you've always been there for us. You've always been there for us. You've always been there for us. That's our personal story. And every single one of us, we do this work because we've lived a life of opportunity that this great country has provided to us. And we're deeply troubled, saddened, disgusted that this great institution, this House of Representatives, Mr. Speaker, Republicans are trying to jam this one big ugly bill down the throats of the American people. A bill that hurts everyday Americans in order to reward billionaires with massive tax breaks. Shame on this institution if that bill ever passes. And so we say to the American people, we've been working hard to try to get this bill into a better situation, introducing amendment after amendment after amendment. Representative Judy Chu, the Chair Emeritus of CAPAC, one of our extraordinary leaders, my good friend Grace Meng, she now chairs CAPAC, but Representative Judy Chu, she had an amendment that no one earning more than $10 million per year receives a tax cut to prevent this reverse Robin Hood and the ballooning of the debt by $4 trillion. Mr. Speaker, you know, Republicans voted down that amendment. We support, as Democrats, providing tax relief to everyday Americans. We're willing to work in a bipartisan way to deal with that issue under the leadership of Richie Neal. But Republicans decided, Mr. Speaker, as you know, to go down this partisan road, play partisan games, try to jam this extreme budget down the throats of the American people. And so amendment after amendment after amendment introduced by House Democrats in good faith, exercising common sense to try to improve this bill. Representative Jimmy Gomez, the chair of the Dad's Caucus here in the United States House of Representatives, he had an amendment to ensure that people who make $1 billion a year don't get a tax break paid for by cutting Americans' health care and food assistance. Mr. Speaker, you know, Republicans voted that down. My good friend and classmate, Representative Susan DelBene, she had an amendment that would have made the child tax credit fully refundable. Susan DelBene, a great champion of the child tax credit. Let me also shout out a person that I believe is the mother of the enhanced and expanded child tax credit as well. The top Democrat on the Appropriations Committee, Rosa DeLauro. We're thankful for your leadership, Rosa. Fighting hard on behalf of the American people. Susan DelBene, a great champion of the child tax credit. She had an amendment, Mr. Speaker, to make the child tax credit fully refundable, covering the 17 million children who are being left behind by the big, ugly bill, and increase the child tax credit for families. Because what Republicans are doing, Mr. Speaker, as you know, in this particular bill, not enhancing and expanding the child tax credit, you are undermining the child tax credit. And Representative Susan DelBene, my classmate, along with Catherine Clark and others, the class of 2012. We used to be the new kids on the block, now we're just the OGs. Susan DelBene, she introduces this amendment, and Mr. Speaker, as you know, Republicans voted it down. Representative Laura Gillen had an amendment that dealt with this issue a little bit earlier. The new and permanent cap on state and local tax deduction. Representative Laura Gillen had an amendment to strike the new and permanent cap on salt, which is something that members of the House Republican Conference, Mr. Speaker, as you know, claimed was a line in the sand for them, specifically from New York, and said that they support, but Republicans voted down that amendment from Representative Laura Gillen. Representative Mary Gay Scanlon from the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, one of the great members of the class of 2018, a great class. She had an amendment that would protect infants, babies, American citizens born in this country from the unconstitutional and un-American Trump executive order to end birthright citizenship. Republicans voted that down. Let me make something clear. No matter what it takes, we're going to make sure as House Democrats we stand up for the principle that every single child born in the United States of America pursuant to the 14th Amendment is an American citizen. We will never let anyone take that away. Not now, not ever. Not now, not ever. Not now, not ever. I think Mary Gay Scanlon, I'm appreciative of my big brother, Congressman Greg Meeks, my big brother in the United States Congress. We're a family as House Democrats committed to working hard, standing up on behalf of the American people. It's an honor of a lifetime to be part of this family. To stand on the shoulders of Nancy Pelosi and Steny Hoyer and Jim Clyburn. It's an honor to be part of this family. Fight hard on behalf of the American people. Representative Mary Gay Scanlon, I've got to repeat this, had an amendment, Mr. Speaker, to protect infants, children, babies against the unconstitutional and un-American Trump executive order to end birthright citizenship. Republicans voted that down. Representative Pramila Jayapal had an amendment to prevent ICE from deporting U.S. citizens. United States citizens, Mr. Speaker, that are being deported by the Trump administration. I documented some of that earlier today. We're happy to provide more examples. In fact, I'm happy to debate my colleague, Speaker Mike Johnson, on any of these issues anytime right here on the floor of the House of Representatives. I sent you that invitation. I sent you that invitation. I sent you that invitation months ago. I'm still waiting to get a response. We're not running from the American people. We're ready to debate any of these issues anytime, any place, particularly right here on the floor of the House of Representatives. Representative Pramila Jayapal, she had an amendment, Mr. Speaker, to prevent ICE from deporting U.S. citizens. Republicans voted that down. Ranking Member Jim McGovern, and this issue was personal to him, I mentioned earlier, we do this work because we're informed by our own personal experiences. It's not about glory, it's not about profit. It's about improving the lives of the American people that we're privileged to represent. Jim McGovern, his wife Lisa, dealing with immense pain, immense personal tragedy, but fighting so hard on behalf of the American people. He had an amendment to restore the critical NIH research funding withheld by Donald Trump and Elon Musk to cure diseases like Alzheimer's and cancer.
So what you're seeing is an obvious delay tactic. And now what I want you all to also to understand is, remember yesterday when every single one of these people came up, I'd like to make an amendment that if the sun shines on a Wednesday, that you tax billionaires. No. I'd like to make an amendment if I drive a Buick and I run into a Mustang, I won't get charged and I get free stuff. No. That was all choreographed. Every single bit of it is choreographed. How do I know it? Because he incorporated it in his speech right now. So they all knew that this thing was futile. We've been watching a movie for however long this thing has started. All 19 hours yesterday was a choreographed film, maybe even by Spielberg himself. They charted out specifically what they were going to say, because while they were charting out what they were going to say, they knew the Republicans were going to say no, and then they quickly took all of those things that they talked about, which gave Hakeem Jeffries a script for today. So I remember yesterday when, Susie Choosy, she got up and she proposed an amendment for blah, 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 blah. Y'all turned it down. And he's reading through all of them. So obviously they had come up and concocted this plan, because he's like, what am I going to talk about for like 7 hours? I'm like, I don't know what's going to talk about. All right, here's what we do. We're all going to go down and make these stupid amendments, and we'll make them have to deny all of them. Okay, so that's going to give us 200 so amendments to, basically be denied. Yes. Now we take all 200 of those amendments that were kicked out, and we make those a part of your script. Okay, I see where you're going. So that's going to give you 200 things to talk about, and then weave a little story in about each one. Yeah, I remember when Shirley had pancakes last week, and she got upset and had diarrhea, and we took her to the hospital because she had the bad diarrhea, but they actually found out it was diarrhea of the mouth, and they didn't have anything to give her, but she would have had to go home, but because she had Medicaid, she was able to go to the hospital. And the Republicans want to take it away. And yesterday, Susie Cusey said this over and over and over. So he's just repeating stuff that they obviously planned way ahead of time. They knew specifically where they were headed. Also, I've seen some pictures. What you're seeing when he's talking. Here, let me see if which thing do I have here? Do I have? No, I can't put it. Where he's talking and where the camera angle is specifically to show him and like 6 or 7 people behind him. And if you've noticed over the course of time, somebody comes in, somebody goes out, and you're probably thinking to yourself, well, why do you need to sit there? This is a big old hall. You've got your own designated seat because it's got your code so you can vote, right? So why don't you go sit in your seat? Because you're spelling somebody so they can go to the bathroom and they can go eat and do whatever, because there's only like 20 people behind them and they have it zoomed in. Here, let me show you. You can look at it right here. The people in this shot that you're going to see right now. That's it.
Speakers,
those are the only people there, like 3 or 4 rows, so that you can see who's actually in the audience. Because as you've been watching this, Vindman came in and he sat down, the guy in the glasses and the Asian gentleman, and then, you know, the black man with the glasses here, they weren't there before. So they're just shuffling people in and out to make it appear as though people give a crap about this. And most people at home, again, giving you information that you can tell people, hey, like, it's all been theater. And they're like, what do you mean, man? These people were there, they were clapping. Like, you notice them changing in and out? Yeah, they were changing in and out because somebody had to go to the bathroom. Well, why didn't they just sit in their seat? See, that's a trick they use at the shows like the Oscars and the Grammys. They don't want pictures showing empty seats, so if somebody has to go to the bathroom, they call a sitter, and the sitter sits there and claps and looks, you know, pretty while the person goes to the bathroom or wherever else they got to go. So what you're looking at this entire time is a Broadway or television production. Now, he doesn't have a teleprompter, but he's got a binder in front of him. And the reason he doesn't have to read, because it's already been rehearsed. They knew what he was going to say. And it's easy just to say the same stuff over and over again. You'll thank me for this explanation later. So I've been watching people talk, and, you know, people are saying, oh, hey, we don't want to see it. And I told you about why it's important to see it. And it's even for little things like that. So you know when they do the changing of the... Oh, they just changed right now. Look how slick this was. Look at this. This, remember a second ago, sitting to the left of Vindman was an Asian gentleman. I pointed it out. I said, look at the Asian gentleman sitting next to Vindman. Look who's sitting there now. Where'd that white guy come from? How did he just take his spot? You see, if you're not looking at this stuff, you don't even notice it's happening. And they did it so smoothly there. And what they waited for is they waited for a clapping moment where everybody's like, oh, this is great. And they changed him out. Now the white guy's sitting there. So, everything don't be offended by it. Yeah, they're lying. Just understand why they're lying and what they're doing. They're creating imagery. They're creating messaging, not for you, but for that percentage of people that they hope they can sway in 2026. You will see cuts of this. You will see snippets all over the place of him pontificating and telling people, yeah, we tried to do the anti-billionaire thing, and they turned it down. Republicans are only for these people. Republicans are only for that people. And then you're going to see these things all over X. And now that gives you the opportunity to step in and say, this is a crock. That guy wasn't sitting there. These people, why are they all in these seats right here? This seat's all over the place. But you wouldn't know that. Should we be getting our message out? Why don't we ever do this? Oh, look. He just changed again. Look.
Who also targeted.
Let's see. Who comes in? So there was a white guy. He's leaning over. So he's just talking to somebody right now. But as they switch out, they should be doing something. Somebody says, can't the speaker shut his clown show down? Nope. As I've mentioned before, the Democrats know the rules and what's not in the rules. You see, they know there's nothing in the rules that says you got to shut me down. I can only speak for this long a period of time, and so they'll just keep talking. But the rule is, if you stop, you're done. So, there's the change out. Look, bingo.
Against USDA can determine.
Yeah, see? Now they just brought the black lady in to sit there because the other guy probably either had to go pee or get something to eat. Y'all see that? It's all a show. 100% show. Yep, the black lady's there now. So I'm trying to give you guys visual cues. Uh-oh, we got something else going on. What was that lady? Oh, she just slipped him some water. And she snuck in and slipped him. Let me slip you another cup of water because you're going to be here for a little bit while longer. So what I'm doing here is I'm trying to also, I've got my stuff to show, but I don't want to waste it and then stop in the middle of it. So I thought the best way I could do this is come on and say something. And then I got the split screen where I'm showing you a lot of the news that's happening right now. And people are looking at this because it's like people are backstage waiting. This guy gonna shut up? When do I get to come on stage? Because there's nobody there to Republic. So here's what's going to happen. Whenever it is he does get done talking, then they're going to have to take some time in between, because whoever's sitting up in the presiding chair at that moment will have to say, all right, we're going to head to the vote now or something. And then I got to call everybody else who's not sitting here. There's nobody in this room. There's supposed to be, what, 400 seats? 212 Democrats and 220 or so Republicans. So there's 400 seats there, and if they pulled back, there's nobody there. Let me see if I can get a different, like almost every person who carries this feed. Let me check another network and see if they've got a pullout feed, because that would be very interesting. If I can get a long angle shot for you. If you see a long angle shot, let's see here. Nope, nobody. See, everybody's cropped in, and they're not showing you the complete emptiness behind them, and then the people shifting in and out to make it appear as though there's people there. What's very interesting as well is while he's up there talking and completely BSing the world. Let me show you this. This is very interesting. While he's doing it, just while this guy is lying, somebody asked earlier about shouldn't we be getting our messaging out? Yeah, but look at this. Stock market crushing, S&P crushing, NASDAQ crushing. Shh, don't tell anybody that, because everything's really bad right now. You know, the stock market sucks, jobs suck, America sucks, the whole world sucks. You people shouldn't be enjoying life right now. Life sucks. Don't you know it? And on and on and on. So we're just waiting for him. I know we're watching this, but same old crap from the Dems over and over. And this is merely to do nothing but be theatrical in nature and to give them snippets to go on MSNBC and everything else. It's just crazy. So anyway, as I'm showing you guys this stuff, what I'm doing is trying to intersperse. Oh, what the hell is this? Libs of TikTok just posted some guy in lipstick, and I wasn't ready to see that. But anyway, people are already arriving in Iowa for the rally out there. So things are just going well. We're just waiting. And I don't want to start going into news and then have to jump, as I said before. So bear with it. I'll keep putting up the news while this guy's talking, and that way you guys can see, what's happening. I hope Jeffries gets a bad case. You do got to give the dude credit for this, though. As much as he's lying his butt off, I'm going to have to salute him on this one. Dude stood there for 7+ hours on his feet, drinking water, no bathroom break. You guys ever been to, what's it called? You ever been to a bladder buster when you were in college? Bladder buster is when a bar will run a promotion, and the bar's promotion is, all right, all beer is free until the first person has to go to the bathroom. And they put security guards, or bouncers as we were called back in the day. It's so offensive to be called the security guard. And you just don't let anyone into the bathroom. And the first person that goes to the bathroom, the sale is off. Everyone's going to have to start paying for their beer. Until we found out people in college were actually willing to pee themselves before they wouldn't want to be the one who would stop the sale of beer. And so we're in a 1,000 club nightclub, and I realized something. Some of y'all are so out of touch. You're wearing diapers in here, aren't you? So they wouldn't have to leave. They could get free beer. I'm like, dude, I never want a beer that bad where I pee in my pants. Well, this dude has been standing here for 7 hours on his feet. If you ever worked retail or anything like that, you know 7 hours on your feet is quite arduous. In addition, at least if you're in retail, you can go to the bathroom. He can't move. That's the rule. You can keep going, but you can't leave. So he's been standing there. I wouldn't be surprised if maybe he is wearing Depends. I don't know. I'm just saying. I don't know how you drink water and stand up for 7 hours and not have to do what you got to do. Now, I could understand not doing the other side because you just don't eat. But I don't understand how you're drinking water and standing there and you don't have to, have the warm shower going on down there. I mean, I've sat in here and I've had to hit the button and go take care of business. So I don't know how he's doing it. So I will salute on that, because 7 hours on your feet, unless you're possibly demonically wired, maybe that's it. Maybe he's got some, crazy help helping him stand on his feet and do this for 7 hours. 7 hours standing there. I wouldn't want to sit there for 7 hours. Imagine sitting there and listening to him for 7 hours. But anyway, I will keep showing you the news. I'm just waiting for him to stop. And, people are like, well, we don't want to hear. I'm like, well, how about I'll make a deal? I'll show you the news in conjunction with what he's talking, and I'll make it a point to come in like every 10 or 15 minutes and see and tell you what I'm seeing, or maybe there's some news that we need to talk about at the same time. So, and also the poll has conclusively shown 80% of people want the comments on the stream. So guess what? The comments shall stay on the screen. All right, so let's hear him cry some more, and I'll be back momentarily. All right, and we'll do it from the news feed.
The Department of Education was established by an act of the United States Congress. It cannot be abolished by anyone pretending to be a wannabe king. Not anyone. It's us, the United States Congress. So we introduced, Mr. Speaker, a series of amendments related to this commitment, this recognition of the importance of education as part of accessing the American dream. Ranking Member Bobby Scott is also battling some issues. Life hits us all, but made sure to make his way here to the House of Representatives, part of his commitment to stand up for the education of our children and others. He had an amendment, Mr. Speaker, that strikes all of the extreme parts of the Committee on the Education and Workforce elements of this bill that make it harder for students to access high-quality education, jeopardizes child nutrition programs, and threatens financial student aid, all of which is being done recklessly, Mr. Speaker, by this one big, ugly bill. And as you know, Republicans chose to ignore this amendment, dismiss it out of hand. Representative Sarah Elfreth introduced an amendment to try to increase the amount that hard-working teachers and educators are able to deduct on qualified out-of-pocket classroom expenses. And that amendment was dismissed out of hand.
I have a question. My daughter used to be a teacher, with the gazillions of dollars that we pour into the educational department, why are teachers having to come out of pocket? Why are you, Hakeem? Hey, you want to address that? If we have put so much money into the Department of Education over a period of time, gazillions, why is it that teachers have to come out of pocket for stuff? Way back when I was in school, our teachers didn't have to come out of pocket. Yes, I went to private school. Yes, I went to private high school. But that's because people paid for it. So why is it that a teacher in America has to pay for a student when the school system is getting a gazillion dollars? But they never speak about these things. So maybe that's what I'll do while he's talking. I'll give you some insight into some of the bull crap he's saying and make you think, yeah, that's true. Your tax dollars, wherever you live, whatever your real estate taxes are, they're going to pay for education. Why are teachers having to come out of pocket? Well, I know the answer. Ashley has told me, because there's no money for these kids to have this and that. Oh, so what we're doing also is we're being daddy and mommy to these kids, in addition to paying for their lunches and everything else. Mom and dad aren't buying them books and rulers and pencils. How about this? You guys ever watch The Shawshank Redemption? Do you think there might be some corporations that would donate a gazillion pencils? It's all a scam. It is completely a scam. Why is our Department of Education not self-sufficient, and why are they not taking care of kids? And I'm so happy that Linda McMahon is out there just slicing and dicing and putting it back in the hands of the state. You've been fleeced. You've been fleeced for a long, long, long time.
Jobs, organized labor, hardworking American taxpayers who don't shower before going to work, but shower after work.
Huh?
What? Donald Trump's one big ugly bill goes after blue-collar, good-paying, prevailing wage jobs here in the United States of America, and then also goes after access
Wait a second.
to higher education.
While I was talking, they had another shift
Representative
change.
Val Hoyle had an amendment.
There's been another shift change here. Remember, Vindman and some other guy were behind him. Now we've got Cowboy Lady. We've got Cowboy Lady and Purple Jacket Lady back there. And there's an empty seat behind the other black lady that will probably soon be filled with somebody, unless he's got a coat on. But yeah, Cat Lady got the call, or, Cowboy Lady said to come here and take your shift. Nobody's telling you guys this to look out. Now, it's a small, insignificant thing. Doesn't really mean a whole lot in the grand scheme of things, but it tells you why. Just something else that you can pick up a visual cue here and see. This is all theatrics. You're shifting people in and out, because they have to cover, a slot, like a nightclub. Or the waitress didn't show up. You go, you get the 5 o'clock slot? Yeah, I'll take 5 o'clock. These people are just coming in and out. Oh, look at this one. The guy behind him just sitting there playing on his phone.
Debbie,
I gotta be here.
Dingle, others.
Yeah. Is the camera on me? Because I'm playing on my phone. I'm probably playing solitaire. Solitaire, or maybe, what's that? Cup Candy, whatever it's called. I don't even play those games, but he's sitting there, probably on Twitter. Oh, yeah, I better put it away. Somebody's watching me. Yeah. This is all a show. Interesting. You guys saw this. Behezy put this up. And it says, the President of the United States gave you insider information to buy stocks when the market was at a massive lows, and now they're at historic highs. In addition, it shouldn't just say Democrats there. Sorry, George, I'm going to have to correct you. It should say America. I know I told you. I certainly told you. And I'm still telling you, get on the rocket ship. He posted a chart here. Did you listen, or did your TDS stop you from making a wise financial move? And this is when April 4th was the low point here. And look at that curve. It's not even a curve. It's a straight up trend going higher. It is basically at the highest point since right after the election. And it's the trend line. You see a trend line like this? Y'all see that, right? You see that trend line? Almost vertical. My friends, in the business, this is called a hockey stick market. You ever seen what a hockey stick looks like? It's got the blade here, and then it goes up to where the guy holds it, but it's like this. That's a hockey stick. You don't often see hockey sticks. So when we were talking about, and when President Trump told everybody, you might want to do something, you might want to buy, a lot of people did, and then it dipped real quick here, and they got afraid. They got scared out of the market. It went up and went bam, right back down. And ever since then, it's been on a constant chug. And you just have to ask yourself, damn, I should have listened to him. This is why Barry keeps talking about how prosperity is out there. Wow, maybe I shoulda. But you know what the good thing about it is? We're only 6 months in, and even though it's like going up like this, it still has time for you to get on it. There's still time. It's gonna keep going. If anything you're learning right now, as soon as this thing gets signed, it's gonna get going. I've tried to show you last night how growth and tariffs are driving this whole thing to the point where they don't understand at this point how it's even happening. When I get to my part where I'm going to start showing you some stuff, I've got some stuff from this morning where there's economists going, we don't understand what's happening. Well, that's because you didn't listen. If you're seeing people on television this morning, on Bloomberg, on CNBC going, it's because I told you last night they were looking at the wrong metrics. If you can't take your pulse with a thermometer, and you can't take your temperature by going like this. They were looking at the wrong data and not even understanding why it was possibly wrong. Oh, the economy's going to tank. Oh, God, these tariffs. Oh, goodness, gosh. Oh, it's going to be... yeah, because you were comparing apples to kumquats. You didn't even have the right data set in front of you to begin looking. Some esteemed economists, people who have spent years looking at data, just completely missed it. And you're like, Barry, how the hell did you know? Because they told me they missed it. When you would listen to somebody, so tell me, why is it going to drop? Well, historically, this is what happened when the Dow does this. And you got any tariff input here? Oh, no, tariffs, no. We don't know what's going to happen. Oh. And as soon as I heard that, I started listening to people like, so you're not even including tariffs in your equation? No. How about growth? Are you including growth in your equation? Like what's going to happen when we get... No. Well, what the hell are you comparing? Well, we're comparing historically with Joe Biden and President Obama and how things are run accordingly. And we always run at about this much. And so they weren't prepared. They weren't at all prepared to understand the difference between lighting kindling and lighting gas. And all we were waiting for with President Trump is for him to put the towel in the gas and they didn't even think it was coming. And so now you get this. You get this right now where people who started looking and started saying to themselves, is this dude for real? Mm-hmm. Growth and tariffs. I just showed you a picture or a video where Putin's on stage. Gotta go. I gotta call Donnie. I don't want to make Donnie wait. Okay, bye. He was at an event that was live. He just got up and walked away because I can't miss this call. The man from America is calling right now. The man with the plan is calling me right now. That one man said, I got a call with you at 10 o'clock. I'm going to be there. But our media And all the people around aren't understanding this. And I'm not making it up. I'm just looking at the data we're supposed to be looking at. And then when you start looking at the data you're supposed to look at, then you're going to realize what this whole entire plan is all about. Everyone always thought we do 0.5, 0.8, 1% growth. That's about it. Remember Obama's speech, which everybody took as gold. What's Trump going to do? Is he going to bring back manufacturing jobs? What's he got, a magic wand? Guess so. Guess so. Maybe because he's got business knowledge. Oh, that's another thing they took away from Trump. Oh, you can't run the government like a business. Why not? I always wondered when people would say that. This isn't a business, this is government. Yeah, we can tell. We're broke. We got deficits. You're letting people just send money anywhere. Of course, if you run it like a business. Hey, who's this money for? I don't know. Then why are you sending it out? They just told me to. You're fired. If you walked into your office, if your business, and you asked somebody, why are you sending this money out? And they went, I don't know. Well, why'd you send it out? He told me to. Did you not get a receipt? No, he just said send it to Fred. And you just wired Fred money? Yeah. Pack your shit and get out. On to the next person. Did you order Wally Nigerian to send this money out? Yeah. You didn't have a receipt or invoice or anything? No, it's how we always did it. Get out. And you just keep going. But for so long, the government has been, this is just how we do it. We accept the loss. Why do you think I keep saying so much, you have to learn how to win? Because it's not something that comes easy. Especially when it's been ingrained in people to just keep things, that's how we've always done it. My objective here is to do what I'm told so that I get a paycheck every single day, every single week for eternity. I'm never going to get fired because I'm a government employee, and it doesn't matter what my performance is. And now you got a guy who's come in, let's have a performance review. What? A performance review. Let's see what you've done with your budget and how you've done it. No. Get out. And so if you've ever owned a business, if you've ever been in business, ever worked at a business where you personally had accountability, there's a bad word, you understand now why the Democrats are freaking out. Accountability? What do you mean? We're just here to ride on the ship and leech off of Americans. Trump comes in and says, I'm going to raise the growth. Growth? What's growth? Growth is when we make more money. We become more prosperous as a country. Because if we do this, we can do other things. Why don't we need more money, we just tax people. What? Yeah, if we need more money for something, we don't care about growth. We just grab it from everybody else. We just raise the taxes a few points and voila, everything's done. A businessman looks and goes, what in the hell are you talking about? You're going to hurt your consumer because you can't manage your business. So that's a very easy thing for someone like him to walk in and go, I can't keep hurting Americans. I need to fix this. One of the first ways we're going to do is we're going to stop all the waste. It's hard. We're going to pull it off with a Band-Aid. People are going to be pissed off, but we got to stop it. All these people who aren't working, get your ass to work. What do you mean? I've been watching Steve Harvey and eating bonbons. Not anymore. Go to work. I'm going to go complain. I'm going to file a lawsuit. And I'm going to get some judge to say, you can't tell me go to work. And now it's become, and I love it, I think this was part of the plan. It has become so prevalent where people are seeing these lawsuits and going, you serious? You serious, bro? Now you just look stupid. You're just trying to protect the unprotectable at this point. And on and on and on. And so then you get this. Because you just have to look at the right thing. You don't need a crystal ball. You can just look right at that. Right there. And you can understand just by looking at that where things potentially are headed. I say potentially because I don't ever want anybody to come. Well, Barry said we're all going to make money. I said potentially. things could happen. We could have a war, or we could avert a war. Okay. We could have an assassination, or we can't have an assassination. There's nothing guaranteed except, the big man. But other than that, if you're running things accordingly and doing it the right way, people are going to prosper if they understand how to take advantage of the opportunities that are going to be provided to them. The Democrats are freaking out because they don't want you to have that opportunity. Because the more opportunity people have, the less you want the government in your business. Which means they're done. The reason why I always talk about the children and the poor peoples and this is because those are kept people. They're able to keep them in a petri dish, and they never, ever, ever look for anything else. They can't wait for the 1st and the 15th of the month. Oh my goodness, I can't wait. Go to the mailbox real quick. Or nowadays, you don't have to do that. Let me just check the EBT card and see if it hit yet. 1st and 15th, religiously. That's all they care about. And then one day, if they go there and it's not there on the 1st or the 15th, then they got to call everybody and figure out what's going on, instead of realizing you didn't make anything this month. Their entire mindset is based upon hurting people for votes. And a good amount of Republicans are the same way. I mean, they were voting last night. We're up at 2 o'clock in the morning, and I'm like, I don't even know who these people are. Now, granted, they're not in Florida, and everyone has their own representative. But at the same time, it's like, who the hell is this guy Fitzpatrick, and why is he going to be just like a judge and hold up the entire country because he wants money not for his district, but for Ukraine? Oh my God. Oh my God. So anyway, there's news coming, and I'm looking over at something that Scott Besson said. Let me show you this. Scott Besson said this.
Frustration is...
He says, that dog that didn't bark was that tariffs were going to hurt the economy and were going to hurt the market. Market had the fastest recovery ever. We're at new highs in the market. They didn't see it coming because they didn't understand it. There's no way you understand what tariffs do if you don't even understand what a tariff is. How many times have you heard it over and over, even in this chat? Oh, the American people are going to have to pay the tariffs. And I would hear people say that. Wake up. Learn, man. Learn. Understand. And we've gone through the exercise a number of times. If something has a tariff on or it's more expensive, go buy something else. Or shut up and buy the thing that's more expensive. Either way, I don't care. But you're seeing right now what's happening. The numbers are through the roof. It's doing exactly as Scott Besson, Howard Lutnick, and Trump said. And they're left, the people who are, against it, are left with their jaws. They don't have a response. But you'll hear the response. I'm telling you what the response is. They'll just kick the can. Okay, so August, you're going to see it go up. It'll be really bad in August. And then in August, wait till Christmas comes. Oh, when Christmas comes, you wait. It's going to be horrible. Because that's all they can rely on. Their entire purpose in life is for things to go bad. One of the reasons why I have Hakeem Jeffries talking, I got the typical response, oh, this guy's full of it, blah, 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 because I want it in your head that the Democrat Party stands for joint misery. There's nothing redeeming in what this man is saying. There's nothing, even with them clapping, that he's saying things are going to be much better. See if you even hear the word prosperity. See if you hear the economy is going to take off on a rocket ship. It's all negative. And that's why misery loves company. That's why there's so many Democrats who just buy into this because they have miserable existences. And nobody's helping them move out of their miserable existence. And I posted something earlier that completely contradicts everything he's saying. When I bought the feed, and I said I have the option to bring this feed in, one of the things that was on that feed for a couple days, and I'm like, no, I'm not interested, was just all kinds of behind-the-scenes stuff with Jeff Bezos' wedding over in Venice. And I was watching people get off the boats and get into luxury boats and go back and forth and spend $1 gazillion and all the jets and blah, 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 blah. And almost all of them were Democrats. And so you notice you didn't see much of that on the liberal television. Because while they're telling you life sucks, they're living it up. Completely living it up. Oh, I gotta, here, let me show you something about living it up. This will, hold on, you're gonna love this. I should put this up on a split screen while he's talking about how bad things are and the economy sucks and everything else. Where is this? Okay, you guys are going to love this. You will absolutely love this. Joe Pompliano put this up. He goes, Magic Johnson is showing off his summer vacation aboard the yacht Whisper, 312-foot yacht. Sleeps 12 people in 7 cabins. It's got a pool on the yacht, gym, sauna, and a movie theater. It was owned by Shad Khan, the owner of the Jacksonville Jaguars. He sold it to Google CEO Eric Schmidt in 2023. But you can rent this lovely, lovely thing for the low price of $1.4 million per week. And as you watch this video, you can see this is none other than a huge Democrat, Magic Tragic Johnson. Magic Johnson, huge Kamala Harris supporter, is renting a yacht for $1.4 million per week. And hey, I'm just out here, doing the treadmill on this 300-foot monstrosity. Now, you might think I'm being jealous or mad. No, I'm happy for you. You go. I hope all of your investments have done extremely well. I hope your Kentucky Fried Chickens, your movie theaters, everything you've done has allowed you to obtain that life of luxury where you can go on a boat and walk on a treadmill early morning in the beautiful sun while everybody else is still sleeping over in the middle of the Mediterranean. I have nothing but greatness that I want to see in your life. Except, I got one question. Why do you support people? And why do you donate to people who preach just the opposite? You see, he and Beyonce and Jay-Z and LeBron, they live these kind of lives. But they support people who want to keep other people down. You don't need that. She'll never do an interview on his yacht. It's always in some office building. You don't want to be looking like ritzy like this. Why not? Why not say enjoy prosperity? Why not say you deserve to one day be on this $1.3 million a week yacht? Why not? We're going to do everything you can so you can work out like Magic Johnson. You don't know. One day you could get, so rich, you could rent that boat. Never mind the fact that the guy who owns it used to own Google and YouTube. So he was wealthy. He owns the yacht. Magic is just renting it for $1.4 million a week. Why wouldn't you want that available for everybody? Why are you worried about the people on Medicaid? How about you say, listen, you should never, ever, make a speech like this. You should never, ever, ever expect to be on SNAP benefits for more than 6 months. That's all we want, 6 months. Again, if you're able-bodied and you don't have mental issues. But other than that, 6 months. And we're going to show you how to get off these SNAP benefits and be a productive member of society. We're going to show you AI. We're going to show you nuclear fission. We're going to show you all this different stuff so that maybe one day you could have all this. How about investing in that instead of the stuff you've been talking about for 7 or 8 hours? That's why I listen to Hakeem Jeffries, because I know they're full of shit. Excuse my language. I know it. I don't have to doubt it. I've worked in the entertainment business way too long. I've sold property to way too many people with a whole lot of money in the bank, cash. I know what really is going on. Many of you know what's really going on, but you don't tell other people, hey, listen, have you understood what exactly is going on here? You understand that they're BSing you, telling you life's tough? Meanwhile, Nancy Pelosi is making $200 million. AOC is worth this and that. It's all a shell game. And so you're talking about you watching this video, it's up to you to help educate these people, even though sometimes they're running around going, I don't want to hear it, Trump bad and everything else. I'm like, well, you could hate Trump. You could loathe everything about Republicans, but you still get to take advantage of what they're doing. See, you're letting your hate and loathing override your own best self-interest. You can say, I hate that man. What should I invest in? Should I put my money in here? Yeah, but I don't have any money. Well, here's how you make some. But they're not saying that. Here, listen, you think I'm lying? Let's play them a little bit longer and let them hear, oh, they've done shifted out some more people again. Now, she took off her cowboy hat, but now we have an Asian guy in the mix and another black guy. They're so good at just shifting people in and out.
And what's extraordinary about this one big, ugly bill is that what we see, Mr. Speaker, is the management of public money, all of it being done in this highly partisan way. It's not designed to serve the best interest of the American people. It's being managed, Mr. Speaker, in this GOP tax scam, this disgusting abomination, this one big, ugly bill. The management of taxpayer money being misused and abused to hurt everyday Americans in order to reward billionaires with massive tax breaks. That's a dereliction of duty. Mismanagement of public money. It's an abuse of the privilege that all of us as members of the United States Congress have. And so one of our promises to the American people as we look toward the future, we will always be stewards of your money to make sure that we are allocating taxpayer dollars in a way designed to lift up the American people, not tear the American people down. That's the type of Congress that the American people deserve. The public interest over special interest. The public interest over special interest. The public interest over special interest. That's one of our promises to the American people. And we're going to work hard to earn your trust as we move forward and look toward the future. I mentioned earlier in my remarks that I wanted to talk a little bit about faith. I grew up in the Cornerstone Baptist Church. Faith is the substance of things hoped for, the evidence of things not seen. We walk by faith, not by sight. Just have faith the size of a mustard seed. You can move mountains. We come this far by faith. Can't leave this floor, Mr. Speaker, without talking a little bit about faith.
Talk about faith. Talk about faith.
And I use faith in the broadest sense of the word.
Oh, I use faith in the broader sense of the word. You know why he said that, right? Because he's not talking about the faith that you and I have. He in the broader stretch of the imagination. You know, we're going to encompass all kinds of different things, like you know who those people are. Come on, man. Even I know that's a lie. even I was like, oh, come on, man. We're gonna talk about faith here. Get lost.
July 4th. A journey launched by the Declaration of Independence. And ultimately, this principle embedded in the First Amendment around the importance of faith, but also at the same time the importance of separating church and state. It's all in the First Amendment, as interpreted by the Supreme Court. Don't have time, I think, to really deeply go into it, but you've got... You've got the Establishment Clause and you've got the Free Exercise Clause. Framers of this country recognize the importance of faith, our journey of religion. I'm proud of my Christian faith. But I also recognize the importance of the plurality of all of us, men and women of faith, different religions, and also of the fact that here in America we embrace the religious and the secular. The religious and the secular. But on this question of faith, I alluded to it a little earlier. Seems to me that the Gospels, that the New Testament, there's some interesting parts of the Old Testament. I'm tempted to tell the story of King Nebuchadnezzar. Mr. Speaker, a lot of parallels to what's going on right now. But I'm gonna focus at this moment on the New Testament.
I'm not gonna listen to him blaspheme up there. These people, they're treading lightly. I mean, not treading lightly. They should be treading lightly. Let's see. I'll take a break. We're in a very volatile time right now. There's plenty of financial uncertainty. Now is not the time to be speculative. And I'm also speaking from a personal perspective. I'm buying income-producing real estate, and I'm buying gold and silver. A lot of people don't know the difference between the economy and the stock market. And too many people listen to the news and social media. That'll get you in trouble. Let's face it. It's obvious that a lot of people have an agenda they're not telling you about. Right now, your best bet is stability. And that means you might need to build a hedge against global volatility. May I recommend gold and silver to you? Real gold and real silver. Not paper, not certificates. Actual gold and silver. What gold and silver can give you is absolute peace of mind. A stock is only as good as the company behind it. It's merely a piece of paper. One of the things I can tell you is that many people are finding out the hard way that some of their investments were built on quicksand. Gold will never be worth zero. Silver will never be worth zero. If you want to calm some of your fears, give my friends at Lear Capital a call today at 800-601-5430 or go to learberry.com. Just so you know, Lear Capital has over 27 years of experience, thousands of five-star reviews, and over $5 billion in trusted transactions. And Lear is the only gold company with a 24-hour risk-free purchase guarantee. You don't pay unless you're 100% satisfied. So go to learberry.com. If you want peace of mind, give my friends at Lear Capital a call at 800-601-5430. Or look down here below and go to learberry.com. And don't forget to ask about getting up to $15,000 in free gold or silver with a qualifying purchase. Don't wait. Do it now. Nobody knows what tomorrow holds. Be safe. I just want to say thank you to the Fanfare community. And if you're new here, I'd like to take a moment and welcome you. If you watch my videos, you've probably realized at this point that this isn't your usual podcast. The difference is that every single day I try to make this show an open conversation amongst friends. You see, I believe that speaking to friends, here and in your own circle offline, is the best way to push back against all the lies being told by the Democrats and the media. I encourage people in this community to welcome each other, and in doing so become a source of support for those seeking to unplug from the matrix. If you'd like to communicate on a deeper level, I invite you to subscribe to the channel, but if you'd really like to surround yourself with like-minded patriots, join our free and private X group by going to fanfareshop.org/group. When you join this free group, a few things will happen. One, if you haven't used X before, you can use X without venturing into the sewer that it sometimes can be. Two, you can share content with friends that you meet here. 3, you will get notified every time I go live, so you can't count on YouTube notifications. And 4, and this might be most important, you get content that I can't share on YouTube or Rumble. So please take a moment and join our free and private X group. Just go to fanfareshop.org/group. Remember, it's members only. There are 16,000 plus people in that group right now, getting close to 17,000. To join our free and private members only X group, just go to fanfareshop.org/group. We'll see you there.
Welcome back to Fanfare with Barry Cunningham.
You know, I was showing you earlier the graph of the stock market and how, George even put it up there. Well, I've been working with the guys from Lear for quite some time now, and a lot of people don't understand gold. It's not a get-rich-quick thing. It's a hedge, something that just to make sure. Just want to show you something. This is the 5-day chart of gold. Again, it's up 1.5%. Here is the 1-month chart of gold. And then you look at the 6-month, and again you get that same trend. You're not going to get rich, even if you had bought gold a 6 months ago, you'd be up 25% right now. I think most people would like to have 25% more money than they have today. And it's playing the long game. It's understanding how things are. And yes, I do understand that there are new limits that they're placing, that you have to have a certain amount. But those of you who do, might be something you might want to take advantage of. I wanted to show you something in regards to what I was talking about earlier. It's very interesting. And here it is. I want to show you this picture. To give you an idea exactly what I was talking about in terms of how there's nobody behind him. Okay, this was somebody actually took a video of it. says Hakeem Jeffries is speaking to an almost completely empty chamber. They just strategically place a few Democrats behind him to look like he's got support. And I've shown you, they're switching these people in and out. Not even the Democrats want to listen to Dollar Store Obama. So this is him speaking. You guys remember when the blonde lady was sitting behind him and the black lady was sitting there? There's nobody there. There's nobody even there. It's, again, just showing that to show you that it's all a charade, all a shell game of epic proportions to show to you. So by now, hopefully he's done with his blasphemy and not talking about faith anymore. Is he leading people in prayer? They're all standing up. Now Maxine Waters is there, and then it looks like the Green Hornet showed up. I don't know who this other lady is, but
that we're here dealing with a piece of legislation, literally, that steals money from everyday Americans, from hardworking American taxpayers.
how?
Steals.
They keep saying that over and over. I'm like, if you don't have any money, how are they taking money from you? Wake up, slap these people. They don't make any sense, none whatsoever. How is it taking money from people?
The education of our children, from energy assistance programs. Thief comes only to steal and kill. I don't say this lightly, Mr. Speaker, but we stand behind this point. That when you try to take health care away, what this bill does, taking health care away from everyday Americans, more than 17 million, is unprecedented assault on Medicaid, on the Affordable Care Act, on Medicare, on children's health insurance. What you effectively are doing, hurting everyday Americans, hurting children, hurting women, hurting older Americans, seniors, people with disabilities. Nursing homes will close. Hospitals will shut down. Community-based health clinics unable to operate. We're actually here debating legislation, Mr. Speaker, that will result in tens of thousands of everyday Americans losing their lives because of the inability to get health care that they now have and is being ripped away from them.
Stop speaking.
Do you have a sense of how long it's ago?
I don't know what he has in mind. He may be trying to go for the record. I think Kevin McCarthy holds the record, and it's an utter waste of everyone's time. But, you know, that's part of the system here.
How many votes do you think you might lose on this final vote?
Maybe one or two. But we'll have the votes, and we'll get this. We'll land this plane before July 4th, as I told you all we would do.
Are you guys trying to still win over Brian?
I am. Brian's a great member and a classmate of mine, a trusted friend. And, you know, he has concerns, and I let everybody vote their conscience, but, you know, I've certainly tried to encourage him to get to a yes.
Is it on the Medicaid piece of things that he's concerned about?
I think he's got a number of things that he's just concerned about. He's in good faith, and it doesn't change anything about his effectiveness as a member or a relationship or anything. He's a great friend.
At this point, are you still having any conversations via text, trying to encourage last people?
I think everybody knows where they are at this point, and we're just ready to get it done and deliver this product for the people. So we're excited about it.
Well, can you talk about what some of the conservative holdouts What sort of changed their mind in the middle of the night? Obviously, that vote has been a really long time.
Well, I genuinely believe that because the Senate sent us a modified product, a lot of people just needed time to digest that, needed to understand exactly what those amendments and modifications were and what it would mean for the bill and the people. It was a reasonable amount of time for them to do that, so I gave them the space to do it. The president helped answer questions. We had cabinet secretaries involved and experts in all the fields, and I think they got their questions answered. So it was helpful and productive. It's part of the process. So.
You got any sleep?
No, I haven't been asleep. Can you tell? Yeah.
We're a strong nation. We've been through turbulence, trials, and tribulations. And we always somehow have found a way to make it through. Because of the resilience, Mr. Speaker, of the American people. So whatever happens today as it relates to this one big ugly bill, if my Republican colleagues decide that once again, Mr. Speaker, you're simply going to make the decision to serve as a reckless rubber stamp of President Trump's extreme agenda, I still have faith in the United States of America. Still have faith in the United States of America. I still have faith in the United States of America. We will not let anyone in this town destroy what America represents. Not now, not ever. Not going to be easy. We recognize that. But we've got faith in the resilience of the American people. So I get ready to close shortly in.
Now take your time. Take your time. Take your time. Come on. Take your time. Tell them.
Well, let me say it one more time. Our Republican colleagues tried to jam this reckless, extreme bill, Mr. Speaker, down the throats of the American people. Had the nerve to start this debate at 3:28 a.m. in the middle of the night. But we made clear that we were going to expose all of the things that are being done to harm the American people. Not in the dark of night, but in the light of day. This little light of mine, we're going to let it shine on behalf of the American people. Incredible to me that Republicans would try to jam this one big ugly bill down the throats of the American people in the dead of night. And then, to add insult to injury, Mr. Speaker, allocate 15 minutes. 15 minutes to each side on the committees of jurisdiction. 15 minutes to the Ways and Means Committee on each side. 15 minutes
Take your time. Take your
to the Budget Committee. That's extraordinary. But I'm thankful, I'm appreciative of all of my colleagues who stand behind me. I'm thankful. Thankful to all of my colleagues for their commitment, their courage, their conviction, standing up on behalf of the American people to deliver, hopefully, what is a message of concern, but also a message of hope. We got to fight a lot of battles on behalf of the American people. It's not over. Fighting a lot of battles on behalf of the American people. This is just one of them. But we wanted to make sure that the American people had an opportunity to fully and more completely understand, in the light of day, just how damaging this one big, ugly bill will be to the American people. And I plead with my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, Mr. Speaker. I really plead with my colleagues, inspired by some of the framers of the Constitution, the great scholars, the great thinkers, conceived of this incredible journey that we've been on in the United States of America, creating separate and co-equal branches of government, recognizing that in this country, part of the gift that we were given by the framers of the United States Constitution, no kings, no dictators, no monarchs, separate and co-equal branches of government. This is the Article I branch of government. Mr. Speaker, James Madison, he once made the observation, in his view, in one of the Federalist Papers, that at its best, Congress should function as a rival to the executive branch. That was James Madison. Article I, branch of government, the House and the Senate. We're not here to bend the knee to any wannabe king. Mr. Speaker, we're not here to bend the knee to any wannabe king. We're here to be a rival to the executive branch in the best spirits of the House of Representatives. Push back against an out-of-control executive branch. That's the framers' vision. I said that's the framers' vision. Framers' vision. And so as we prepare to take this consequential vote, Mr. Speaker, I just urge many of my colleagues in government, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, Mr. Speaker, we don't work for President Trump. We don't work for J.D. Vance. We don't work for Elon Musk. Mr. Speaker, as all of us prepare to cast this vote, I hope my Republican colleagues will come to the conclusion that we work for the American people. We work for the American people. We don't work for any president. We work with American presidents. We work for the American people. So it's my hope that as you evaluate this bill, all of the harm that is being unleashed.
No, what I'm saying is that he's engaged right now in a truly senseless and futile effort to stop a bill that's going to pass. And by doing that, he's showing that he supports the biggest tax hike in history. He supports insecure borders. He supports basically putting millions and millions of people out of work because of the biggest tax hike in history. Talk about losing health insurance and deals with the devil. This position that the Democrats are taking is completely economically indefensible. And they haven't, think about it this way, they haven't had one person vote for the bill. And so they're all on the record now saying, hey, you know what? Your overtime, I want to tax it. Your tips, I want to tax them. Your Social Security benefits, I want to tax them. Your border, I want it wide open. I just can't believe that the party has fallen so far away from the party that, you know, Bill Clinton, back when he said that the era of big government is over, well, now it's like the era of socialism has taken over the Democratic Party.
So
This is as good a bill as I've ever seen. This is the best, most beautiful tax bill in American history. There isn't even a second place that's close because it's going to create so many jobs. It's going to add $10,000 into the pockets of the typical American family. It's going to put millions and millions of more people to work. And it's going to help seniors who want to make a little more money than their Social Security is giving them right now, work a little bit part-time and have more money in their pockets as well.
Okay,
so every single thing about this bill is like supercharging the economy. And you don't really have to believe me, Sandra. Just look at the data today. They had a huge job number today since President Trump's in office because people are anticipating all the positive economic effects of his policies that we've created more than 2 million jobs for U.S. residents, and everybody said that while we were deporting the illegals, that it would make it so that there wouldn't be any jobs, there wouldn't be any production, we'd have a recession, and we've actually cut non-resident employment by 500,000 at the same time. And so we're creating all these jobs. We just got advanced durables numbers today that showed that there's a capital spending boom as well. So this is as good as it gets for an economy, and it's as beautiful a bill as I can imagine.
So let me dig in.
You know, in the first Trump administration, growth was nearly 3%. It actually at 3.4% in the fourth quarter year on year in 2019, and inflation didn't pick up. The one big beautiful bill, which is making its way through the Congress, as you know, increases supply side incentives to get growth to remain robust through capital investment and capital deepening. Inflation will continue to fall. The inflation news has been great, and that's the thing. If you look at the bond market, the equity markets rallied on a second half boom, and bond market yields are down substantially from where they were earlier in the year. So the capital markets are really responding very positively to what they expect on the inflation side. Break-even inflation's been stable. So again, this notion somehow that inflation's going to pick up, that growth leads to faster inflation, this Phillips curve mindset, if you will, completely wrong. We saw under the first Trump administration, as they said, very strong growth and low inflation. And by the way, I just want to add, the big problem with the CBO's numbers is they're only assuming 1.8% GDP growth. That's woefully too low. If we have a 17.2% revenue share of GDP, which is basically where we are now, and we grow at a much more plausible and realistic 3%, that gives you something like almost an extra $1 trillion in revenue relative to what.
See, that's what I've been telling you. That's specifically what I've been telling you. They're not even using the right numbers. They're going to a steakhouse and looking at a seafood menu. They don't have a clue of what they're doing. None.
CBO was forecasting back in January, and that's not even adding the revenues that are coming from the tariffs. So this notion that these deficits are going to stay super high and grow completely, I think, incorrect because it's based on a fallacious assumption of sub 2% growth, which is very, very weak.
All of the promises that were made by some people in this town. That the top priority was going to be to lower the high cost of living in the United States of America. And then, all of last year, ran away from Project 2025. Come on. Come on. Acted like it didn't exist. That's right. And then, Mr. Speaker, people come to town, they're in the majority now, and every single part of the extremism that we've seen unleashed on the American people is connected to Project 2025. Every single part. But here's why I still got hope, optimism. I referenced this earlier today. As we prepare to experience the 249th birthday of the United States of America. Yeah. Take it back to that original document. Yeah. Declaration of Independence, 1776. Mr. Speaker, it had the aspirational part. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. That's the aspirational part of the Declaration of Independence. And as House Democrats, we're committed, no matter what it takes, to bring that up.
Ms. Chairwoman, thanks so much for being here this morning. What can you tell us? What's going on right now?
Well, as you reported earlier, Hakeem Jeffries is gaslighting the American people again, right? But at the end of the day, the vote is going to have to happen. And when that vote happens, we will pass the one big, beautiful bill for the American people. It is going to get done. And like you said, it just depends on how long Hakeem Jeffries wants to gaslight the American people.
I mean, do you feel that there's going to be a limit here? I mean, he's speaking for almost 3 hours. What would be your expectation in terms of when this vote happens?
Listen, they've tried every bit of shenanigans in the book to try to stall and delay the vote. So I have no idea. But I can tell you, his members are getting pretty frustrated, too. We've all been up all night. And, you're just prolonging the inevitable. But here's what's happening. We are going to avoid the largest tax increase for the American people. We are going to secure our borders, $150 billion of funding for border security. We are going to give the markets and the business owners certainty. We are going to deliver on President Trump's agenda, and not just President Trump's agenda, Maria, but the American people's agenda. This is a day of optimism. This is a day of progress, and finally, we have some hope for the American people. We believe in you, the American people. We don't believe that you need government to tell you what to do, when to do it, and how to do it. So this is a very exciting day for the business owner, for the middle-class American, and I just can't wait till Hakeem gets done with his little shenanigans so we can get this on the floor and vote for the American people and get it to the president.
That certainty that businesses need in order to make that capital improvement, those capital investments to their companies. I was just in Indiana, a 3-year-old company, 1,200 employees, the RV capital of the world. They're making those investments. They want to continue that job growth. So we're looking forward to that. I can tell you my colleagues on the Hill, my former colleagues, they should have some certainty today with this jobs report to get that bill across the finish line. This is an exciting time for Americans, and we need to double down on the president's leadership and continue down this positive road, and that's going to be passing that bill.
In this moment, that's right. I think that I want to close by referencing someone who we all serve with. I want to stand on the shoulders, if it's okay, on some of our civil rights heroes and foot soldiers.
Yes, yes.
Those whose character, whose conviction, whose courage should give the American people hope.
This tweet says so much right here. So the report came out and said native-born workers, i.e. Americans, gained 830,000 jobs, while foreign-born workers lost 348,000. That's absolutely huge. And my buddy Mark Mitchell says, the shock hasn't worn off yet. When it has, I'm going to try and verify this. Then I'm going to try to understand how it was possible in such a short period of time. Mark, my brother, I'm going to save you the time. The answer to that question is Donald Trump. That's how it got done. That's how it got done. Amazing.
Great John Lewis said, do not get lost in a sea of despair. Be hopeful. Be optimistic. Our struggle is not the struggle of a day, a week, a month, or a year. It is the struggle of a lifetime. That's our struggle. No matter what, Mr. Speaker, you decide to do today, that's our struggle. Standing on the shoulders of John Lewis, that's our struggle. Never ever be afraid to make some noise and get into good trouble. Good trouble. Good trouble. Necessary trouble. Standing on the shoulders of giants. John Lewis would often talk to us about his...
As I listen to this, it makes me wonder, what do the white people in the Democratic Congress think? Because it sounds like a meeting for civil rights leaders. You got to wonder, do the white people not have any say in the Democrat Party?
That civil rights movement, we can learn a lot from it. Started December of 1955. And Rosa Parks sat down on that bus so that all of us could have the courage to stand up. That's right. Wasn't an easy struggle. All the odds were stacked against these civil rights heroes and foot soldiers. And during the early days of the movement, a difficult part of the movement, Dr. King, after they've been targeted, arrested, beaten, harassed by the authorities, he traveled to Brooklyn, New York, and spoke at the Concord Baptist Church. I think it was in March of 1956. And he said to a group of people of every race, every religion, every life experience, the Concord Baptist Church in Bedford-Stuyvesant, said to them, no matter what the odds, we've got to press on. Press on. Press on. Press on. Dr. King said that if you can't fly, run. That's right. If you can't run, walk. If you can't walk, crawl. But at all times, press on. And keep pressing. And so as I take my seat, I just want to say to the American people that no matter what the outcome is on this singular day, we're going to press on. We're going to press on. We're going to press on. We're going to press on for our children, press on for our seniors, press on for our veterans, press on for our unions, press on for our farmers, press on for our dreamers, press on for working class Americans, press on for the middle class, press on for all who aspire to be part of the middle class, press on for the poor, press on for
Wait. Who aspires? I only want to get this far, okay? I aspire to be in the middle class. If you're teaching your children or your grandchildren aspiration, and your aspiration that you have for them is like, you guys should aspire to be just as good. That part of that speech, as he is now done, finally, maybe he's going to do the James Brown walk-off at this point. He might do the James Brown walk-off, who knows. But that almost made me spit out my 1775 coffee, because all I could think of at that point was, you got to be kidding me. You aspire to be in the middle class? Oh my goodness, what is wrong with these people? I just want to be that good, not that far good. All right, so maybe now we're going to move on to something. Look, I'm getting texted by SV and everybody else. Maybe now, it seems like everybody's coming into the chamber, Republicans and Democrats. Even the Republicans are clapping for him for the performance of a lifetime. Okay, we're going to get something done now. I have a 2 o'clock interview with Mary Rook from the Daily Caller. She's there. Looks like things are about to happen. The performance is over. See ya. They're cheering him like he just did something well. He didn't do anything, people. He sucked. He sucked really bad. Okay. Okay, here we're going to get something done now.
This gentleman from Massachusetts.
Mr. Speaker, I think it's fair to say the leader has done his part. I have no further speakers. I yield back our time.
Gentleman from Missouri is recognized for 1 minute. You have 2 minutes remaining.
Mr. Speaker, could we have order?
The House will be in order. The House will be in order, please. The House will be in order, please. Thank you. Gentleman from Missouri is recognized for 1 minute. You have 2 minutes remaining.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we have stood in this chamber.
Hold-y-do, got to change up the feed here. 1 second, because once they run out of time, they got to redo the feed, so I'll be right back.
back to Fanfare with Barry Cunningham.
Hold on, I'm waiting to get the new feed brought in real quick. It'll only take me a second here. Hold on. And then we will bring that feed in. When they have to refresh after talking for like ever, sometimes it takes a second to get the new feed brought in, so it's not like a continuous craziness going on. And all right, so Mike Johnson, right now, it's coming. Just hold on. And let me go to this button real quick here. And I'll do this. And when I do this, I click this button. And hold on. Everybody here. We're not going to miss anything. And let's see here. Okay. Got it.
To build a lie than to tell the simple truth. My friends and colleagues on both sides of the aisle, we've waited long enough. Some of us have literally been up for days now. But this day is a hugely important one in the history of our nation. We have a big job to finish, and that's why we're here on the week of July 4th, just a day before now, America's birthday. It was on that fateful day, as a Democrat leader acknowledged, that our founders pledged their lives and their sacred honor to this grand experiment in self-governance that we are now here to steward. It's an experiment that falls to us to guard and to protect it. We take that very seriously on this side of the aisle. In just a few moments, we will remind the world why the American experiment still endures today and why its best days are still ahead of us. Mr. Speaker, with one big, beautiful bill, we are going to make this country stronger, safer, and more prosperous than ever before. And every American is going to benefit from that. Today, we are laying a key cornerstone of America's new golden age. Now listen, we have a few words of gratitude first. Scripture's been cited a lot this morning, I think mostly out of context, but what I will say, one thing that we know about Scripture is that we're supposed to give honor where honor is due, and that's what we do on this side of the aisle. I want to thank every single member of the House Republican Conference for pouring their time and their heart and their expertise and experience into this process. I want to thank all of our amazing staff members, all of them. Yes. Their dedication, their endless hours, their hard work made this all possible. I want to thank the White House Office of Legislative Affairs, who have basically lived with us now for the last few weeks. Their patience and persistence and their professionalism is greatly appreciated. Our country's incredible cabinet secretaries have been involved as well. They've assisted us in countless ways throughout this process. Our Vice President, J.D. Vance, helped us navigate so many dire straits along the last several weeks through the House and the Senate. And of course, our bold, visionary, fearless President, Donald J. Trump, President Trump is the creator and the champion of the America First agenda. We will deliver upon that today. We come a long way. We began this process really about 15 months ago. We had a sense and we believed that we would have unified government. We would have this moment where the Republican Party would be given control of the White House and the Senate and the House. And we determined to ourselves that we would not waste that historic opportunity. We've had spirited debates, we've had months of deliberation, and now we are finally ready to fulfill our promise to the American people. That's what we are doing today. Now, look, before I respond to the allegations from across the chamber, I just want to take us back to a day that most of us will remember so very fondly for the rest of our lives, and that's November 5th of 2024. That was Election Day, a fateful one for America. The reason that was so important, the reason it was such a turn in history is because the American people spoke with unmistakable clarity. We sensed it as we were all out campaigning. We saw that there would be a demographic shift in America, and that is exactly what the election yielded. We, in our party, had a record number of Black and African American voters come to the Republican Party. We had a record number of Hispanic and Latino voters come to the Republican Party, a record number of Jewish voters and union workers and suburban women and urban voters. They came out in record numbers to join the Republican Party and the America First agenda with President Trump. That election was decisive. It was a bellwether. It was a time for choosing. And I tell you what, the American people chose overwhelmingly. They chose the Republican Party. And the reason they did that, they didn't come hesitantly. They came with hopeful anticipation. You know why? Because this is not your father's Democratic Party, okay? They went so far, full speed, to the far left. And their radical, woke, progressive agenda, that nonsense that they tried to push on the people, was rejected by the people. Yeah. These new voters came to us. They had enough of the Biden-Harris madness and all the things they were trying to hoist upon the American people that they just don't believe in their hearts. And they were hopeful. They came to us with hope. They wanted us to restore common sense and accountability, and we promised to them that we would do just that. Those new demographics came to the Republican Party because of open borders wreaking havoc on their communities. They came because of weakness at home that fueled instability abroad, and because trillions in reckless spending put the price of gas and groceries further out of the reach for hardworking Americans. It wasn't right. President Trump and our Republican majority in Congress are fixing all of that right now. President Trump said this week, we're the hottest country in the world again. My friends, that is an objective truth. Hey, listen, how about all the wins for the president and this party? Here's just a sample from the last 2 weeks. The headline today will be, the one big beautiful bill passes the Congress, okay? You got to hold your applause. There's too many wins. Are you tired of winning yet? No! Fourth jobs report in a row exceeds expectations. A sample of the headlines. Lowest monthly border encounters in U.S. history. We closed the border. Last couple of days, a new trade deal with Vietnam and all the countries of the world, around the world lining up for that. UPenn agrees to ban biological men from women's sports. And they ought to give a personal apology to every female athlete impacted by that nonsense. Gas prices are at a 4-year low, my friends. The Air Force and Space Force both hit their 2025 recruiting goals 3 months early. Israel is agreeing to a 60-day ceasefire with Hamas. Successful strike on Iranian nuclear sites handles that problem. That's exactly right. Strength is back. America's back. It's resulted now in a ceasefire deal between Iran and Israel. The NATO countries are increasing their defense spending, not just 2%, 5% of GDP, okay? The president got in charge and got a Rwanda-Congo peace deal. The Supreme Court ended nationwide injunctions. How about that? That conservative majority on the Supreme Court also allows third country deportations. We've had a record high stock market, and we're signing a China trade deal. That's just the last 2 weeks. The last 2 weeks. So many simple truths to share and so little time to do it, because I want everybody to have a break here. But I just want to say this. It's really nice to hear my Democrat colleagues suddenly take an interest in working Americans again. Did you pick up on that theme today? Let's be clear. Working Americans stopped trusting Democrats a long time ago. That is a fact. They're looking to this side of the chamber. They're looking to the Republican Party and our principles to deliver the relief and the reform that they have long demanded and they most certainly deserve. This big, beautiful bill fulfills all the promises of the America First agenda. It is the people's bill. It is made for and shaped by the most diverse coalition of American voters in American history. Today, we are making the dream of a government that puts the American people first a reality, a reality. I would need this entire notebook to tell you all the great things in the big, beautiful bill. It is aptly named, but I'll just tell you a couple of the highlights. Record tax cuts for hardworking Americans. Historic savings at the same time to end reckless spending. We got energy dominance coming back to power our future. We have a secure border to protect American families. We have a strong military to restore peace through strength. And we have a government that is now accountable and responsive to the people once again. That's what we're delivering. For everyday Americans, this means real, positive change that they can feel, and they will feel much more when this bill is done. Families back home will have real relief, an average of $10,000 in their pockets, thanks to the largest working and middle-class tax cut in the history of this great nation. That's what we're doing today. You got hardworking Americans like our waiters and our bellhops and our hairstylists. They're going to keep 100% of their tips and overtime pay. That is money they earned. It does not belong to the government. It belongs to them, and they deserve to keep it. Small businesses that want to build and expand new factories, you know what they can do now? They can write off 100% of their investment. That will have us a lot more building. Young families who want to buy a home will be able to, thanks to historic savings that will put our country on a stronger financial footing. Pregnant women, children, seniors, single mothers, the disabled, and the low-income Americans among us receiving Medicaid and SNAP will have the peace of mind of knowing that we've made these safety nets stronger with our reforms. See, when Republicans are in charge, we bring common sense. We're going to make sure that Americans who do need and deserve those critical programs won't have to compete against people who can work but choose not to do so. That's not right. This bill is going to put fairness back in the system. We are returning to common sense. We're returning to what is good and decent that people know in their hearts, and that's why they support it. More Americans will be working, volunteering, and serving their communities because modest, common sense work requirements will restore dignity and purpose to those on taxpayer-funded benefits. The bill will also mean that safer streets are available in every zip code around the country because our border will remain fully and totally secure. The Republican Party stands for law and order, and this is the side that stands with law enforcement, the brave men and women who are on the front line. The idea that those who put their own lives on the line to protect us would be assaulted for doing their jobs is unconscionable. Law enforcement, I know you agree. I know, amen. Law enforcement will have the help of a border wall now that's 100% complete. Our immigration enforcement officers will get a boost from more manpower and resources and detention space so that detained illegal aliens are not released back into the streets like they were for the last 4 years. And our homeland can rest soundly again under the protection of President Trump's Golden Dome. That's what we're investing in. Look, any of these individual achievements would be historic victories for a Republican Congress or any Congress. And today we're delivering on all of them in one big, beautiful bill. That's what Americans can count on when we pass this legislation, and that's exactly what Democrats will vote to oppose today. That's a fact. We didn't write this bill for the Democratic Party or the elites or the media. This bill is for hard-working Americans, and they deserve it. I'm going to just say this as plainly as I can. This is a simple truth. If you're for a secure border, safer communities, and a strong military, this bill is for you. If you're for common sense fiscal responsibility and reducing the deficit, this bill is for you. If you're for fair and lower taxes, bigger paychecks, affordable gas and groceries, and restoring dignity to hard work, this is the bill for you. It makes no difference whether our colleagues on the, across the chamber speak for 25 minutes or 25 hours. They can't change the truth. And today was about performance for some of them. But today for us is about results. Results that improve the lives of Americans, regardless of their race, religion, color, or creed. It does not matter. I tell you what, Ronald Reagan used to remind us you can always trust the American people, and we do trust the American people, and they can discern the difference. What they saw on display here today is that Democrats deliver performances and Republicans deliver results. Today, my friends, we are ready now. We are going to deliver what we were sent here to do, and every American will benefit from it. In 1793, just steps from where we stand today, President George Washington laid the first cornerstone of the United States Capitol. Over 50 years later, on July 4th again, members of this body gathered once again to lay a second cornerstone. Once more on July 4th, at the height of the Cold War, Congress laid a third cornerstone. And this week, with this vote today, on our nation's birthday being tomorrow, we lay a fourth. With this bill, we can vote as stewards of that great legacy that we have inherited in this extraordinary nation that we are blessed to live in. We can lay another sturdy foundation for the future of this country, a future where working Americans can feel relief, where government can finally start living within its means again, and where the United States is safer, stronger, and more prosperous than ever before. That's right. Now, I'm going to say this as they mock America and mock everything and mock the bill. We'll see how the people feel about that.
Okay, I'm going to take a break here. Not me take a break, but take a break from Mike Johnson recapping everything. I have an interview scheduled for 2 o'clock. I'm not sure if Mary has any time to change it. But as soon as I'm done with this interview, we will cut right back to whatever is happening at this hearing. I've got Mary Rook from the Daily Caller. She works with Reagan Reese, and I'm not sure if Megan has access to the White House, but we shall quickly find out. Megan, are you there? I mean, Mary, are you there?
Hi, Barry. Yep, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you very well. So thank you for coming out, and obviously a busy time. Are you up in? You have access to the White House or Capitol Hill? You've been seeing what's been going on?
Yeah, I've been watching everything that's been going on. You know, Reagan Reese is our great White House correspondent, so she's the one that keeps our eyes and ears over there to what's going on. And I write the opinion and political analysis for the Daily Caller, so I try and get the information that she gives us and break it down so our readers can understand it, better and figure out how to use that in their daily life.
So we went through, thank you. We went through like a 8-hour period where Hakeem Jeffries was just bloviating and just saying whatever he could just to get through that period and stall everything. What are you hearing from the people, if Reagan or whatever people you're talking to in regards, can this really get done today? After everything we saw, all the histrionics where we weren't sure, there were people voting no, and it just sat there for 5 or 6 hours. Is it going to sit there again for 5 or 6 hours today, or is it going to be a fluid vote?
I think the expectation is that it's going to be passed today so that Trump can sign it tomorrow on July 4th. Representative Thomas Massey told one of our editors, Amber Duke, last week that Congress is 3/4 pregnant and this baby's going to come. So we're fully expecting that the one big, beautiful bill to pass today and be on President Trump's desk tomorrow. I think, I wrote a piece today where we kind of broke down one of the aspects of it for illegal immigration. And I think Americans are going to be really happy with what's in there. Now, is it a perfect bill? In my opinion, no. But I think that it's got so much good in it right now that the American people need, including the tax breaks that we need to keep going, that it's going to finally feel like America's back on the right foot again, undoing some of these disastrous policies during the Biden administration.
The other one guy, Fitzpatrick, who ended up not changing. He was just... in fact, there were stories, and I don't know if you can say if they're true, they actually ran out of the Capitol building, and so people couldn't try to talk him back into it. Is it really about Ukraine money? Was his problem?
I can't verify that, so I'm not exactly sure, but I did hear that he ran out of the Capitol building, and that's not an uncommon thing for representatives to do, to kind of run away from a vote that they don't want to cast. I think, as we've seen with some of these representatives that have been against it, or senators like Tom Tillis, who wanted to vote no against it and then immediately decided that he wasn't going to run again for Congress or for the Senate. I think the American people, they understand that the American people are going to hold them accountable. And so that's the reason why they kind of duck and cover until the fire has, kind of been put out. I'm hoping that some of these people will change their minds soon so that we can get this over with. I think the American people have been waiting a little bit too long, and it's really frustrating to see them. Pundits talk about this a lot, the voter mandate that has been sent not only to President Trump and his administration, but to Congress to actually do something. We sat through the first half of the Trump administration where they just twiddled their thumbs and did everything they can to push back against his agenda. And the American people are fed up, and they said, we're giving you one shot. And traditionally, the incumbent party does not fare well in the midterms. And so this is a really big test here on whether or not Republicans can break that streak and keep power in 2026. But if they can't pass something as simple as this, I know it's a complex bill, but it is very simple in the terms of, does it codify the voter mandate? Yes, then vote yes. If it doesn't, then vote no. And this clearly does. It does so much of what we want them to do as far as illegal immigration, as far as, making America competitive, bringing back our workforce, all of those things that Americans are desperate for.
Now, the stall tactics on the Republican side happened last night. I don't know if you were awake. I was up until like 2 o'clock in the morning. Crazy. Now, today, this morning, all this great economic news drops. Do they dare try to hold this vote up and stall for something else today?
I don't think so. I feel like any of the backdoor favors and things that are being worked out behind the scenes, because that's a lot of what the stalling process is, especially for Republicans. How do I get my district the thing that they need in order to ensure, maybe it's not included in this bill, but then in a bill down the line, how do we include, whatever it is that I need and for my vote to turn to a yes? And so I'm sure that during that long period of time that we all waited while it stalled, though that's what was going on behind the scenes, them kind of working out those deals and making sure that the representatives are getting what they want. I think it's really funny that on the Democrat side, Hakeem Jeffries has been, he was bloviating for so long. It's become a bit of a thing that he does. If you remember, he did that earlier and everybody was making fun of him for, 26 hours. He stood up there and it's like, for what reason? It's not doing anything really to help your cause. And the American people are so tired of these tactics. It's not like he looks strong or brave or like, look at me, I'm pushing back against, Trump. Like even his base doesn't want that type of, performance. What they really want is action, but he can't give it to them. So the best he can do is go up there and, bloviate in front of the American people.
I've told people before, I use a sports analogy. It's like being down by 30 points with 45 seconds left and calling a timeout. I'm like, dude, what are you calling a timeout for? There's nothing you can do at this point.
Yeah, just let the clock run out.
Your fate is sealed, and don't even bother trying to kick a field goal. Just kneel down. It's over. You're done. And so,
exactly.
What's the process now? Mike Johnson just gave whatever kind of speech it was, and now it looks like the chairman is here. Let's listen real quick. You can hear it too.
15-minute vote.
All right, so they're going to go right now. See, I tried to time it so that I would be talking to you after they hit the gavel, and I'm like, okay, I got 15 minutes to talk to Barry. but Hakeem, you screwed my timing up. So there's 15 minutes that they're going to do. It says this is a motion to concur in the amendment. I don't know what the heck that even means. So we've seen the vote, and we saw the amendment to vote for the amendment, and then the vote to get to the vote. Do you know what the process is here? What's this one?
Yeah, I believe now we're on to the full floor vote. So this should be the money vote. This should be the one where we see which Republicans come down and vote yay and which vote nay. We obviously know that all the Democrats are going to vote nay against it, or, not there in order to be able to keep whatever their purple district solidly intact for them. I think that's also another really interesting thing. You have in the Senate, John Fetterman came out and was like, this is really ruining my vacation. My family's been at the beach for a week and I'm voting no on this. How can he vote no on this if he is like the one so-called sane Democrat in the Senate where, he comes out and he's like, y'all are doing the wrong thing on immigration. We have to be able to call a spade. And what we did with immigration was wrong. The American people didn't like it, and we should be changing course. Well, this bill does nothing but give billions and billions of dollars to our ICE and be able to shut down that border even further, be able to fund ICE completely. I mean, I was looking at it today, and we're talking about billions of dollars in, increasing the beds, increasing the number of border enforcement agents, increasing the number of lawyers and stuff, which I think that point is really lost in a lot of American people because they don't understand that you actually need a ton of lawyers to be able to fight these deportation cases in the court of law. And as we've seen how weaponized the judicial system has been against the Trump administration and his plans for mass deportation. So I wish that people like Fetterman would stand up and be like, no, actually, I'm going to vote for this bill because this is what's best for the American people. But they just can't because they have to vote on party lines. So now it really comes down to Republicans to do the right thing.
Well, they won't have to pay too much for security if they really ramp up things at Alligator Alcatraz because the security is built in. So I just wanted to show you this one. They said it was going to be 15 minutes, but unlike last night, it's moving pretty quick. But here, let me show you. But for some reason, this must be the Fitzpatrick guy again. We're still looking, everybody. We got 12 minutes to go. 169 yays, but we have that one Republican no, which I got to believe is Fitzpatrick once again. So they moved pretty quick, and then it just stopped. I mean, it went to like 100 and something and went boom. It just kind of didn't go anywhere. So hopefully they're not having to go do any backdoor meetings or anything else right now. real quickly, in terms of like the jobs report, all the different news that came out about the economy, Scott Bessent seems like he's really on it. And are they really going to try to remove Jerome Powell from what you're hearing?
You know, I think that that is a real possibility. Trump has been very vocal about the fact that he wants either Jerome Powell to step in line and start doing the right thing for the American people. I mean, he's way behind these European countries who are already dropping rates, and it's hurting American families. Like, you know, one of my sisters is trying to buy a house right now, and she's like, well, I've got to wait till the interest rate drops, because why would I buy a house now when the interest rate is at a high when I could wait 6-9 months and hopefully it drops and then, you know, purchase it for cheaper? So it's really hurting the American people. I do hope Jerome Powell gets in line. If not, then Republicans need to do what they need to do to get him out, because we need someone in there that's not going to work on partisan lines and is going to work for the Trump administration to kind of get this economy booming. And it's been very clear for a while that Jerome Powell has a huge disdain for Trump and his policies. He helped Biden the entire time stay out of we were in what I like to call a silent recession. They would never really call it that, but we were definitely in one. And he did everything in his power fiscally to be able to keep them from being able to say that. And but now it's almost like he's wishing and hoping that we fall into one under the Trump administration so that, you know, Trump will look bad on his economic policies. So hopefully he's out. If not, then, you know, Trump's going to be battling him for the next 4 years.
Or Pam Bondi, because I understood yesterday that they found something that he may have fibbed to Congress. And so obviously somebody is digging in to see all the different things he has said, almost to get him to leave and save face before before the hammer comes down on him. So I'd be interested in. Noticed yesterday, and was something Hakeem Jeffries was yelling about, and I've noticed a couple of the squad members. President Trump has come out, pretty much said he's going to drop the hammer on New York City if they vote this guy in. Have you heard any more about that?
Just that is true. That he plans on taking real action against that. I mean, New York City is the face of America, whether we like it or not. I'm from Texas, and so I look at New York City as kind of like that weirdo cousin that lives far out there and doesn't really understand fiscal policy. But at the same time, they're Americans and they are my cousins, so I want them to be loved and protected. And so if you have someone like Zohran Mamdani come in and, you know, ruin the face of America, that's a horrible thing for all of us, you know, just sitting back as an American. And so I think it'd be great. I think that Trump should go after him. There's several legal ways in which he can do that. It's unfortunate that we have to get to that point that we are talking about, you know, possibly coming after him. I wish New Yorkers would wake up. I think it's really funny when you look at the polling and you see that, you know, it's mainly white liberals living in the Upper West Side that aren't going to be really affected by this, because they can have their residence, you know, in Florida or somewhere else where the tax bracket is cheaper and then still be able to enjoy their apartment over there in New York City. But it's the people in the Bronx, it's the people in these like kind of lower income neighborhoods that are going to be hurt by these policies. It always sounds good to have, you know, a price controlled grocery store so that when you walk in, you know what it's going to be. But I've spoken to several people that have come over from these communist and socialist type countries that are like, I can't believe the amount of produce that you have in here. I cannot believe the selection that you have in these grocery stores. What people don't understand is that if you don't have some sort of competition going, then, you know, you only get one type of bread. You only get one type of eggs. You only get one type of milk. And, I don't think that's really what these New Yorkers actually want. I think they just want to break on the chokehold of the economy that's been around their necks for so long. And so I do understand that and I sympathize with them on that. But Trump has already shown that he is going to be able to turn this around. And so if New York City can just get on board with that, then, you know, I think that they'll be much happier in the long run rather than having to see that great city of ours go down. And, you know, it's the shining city on the hill. It's where so many of our forefathers came through on Ellis Island and all that stuff. And we just can't allow that to fall into a socialist, you know, grip.
You know, I'm one, I guess I'm kind of weird, but I'm almost glad he won that primary. Not almost. I am happy he won that primary for one reason. there are so many apathetic people here in the United States that I'm hoping they saw that, and all of a sudden there's been, especially in New York. I know a lot of people from Little Italy. I know a few people from Hell's Kitchen, and I don't know anybody from Chinatown, but I got to believe not only there, but across the country, people said, he won, and that's exactly what could happen. So I hope you and Reagan and Monica and everybody, as you're getting the word out, one of the biggest things I talked to General Michael Flynn this morning is it can't have apathy anymore. You got to get in the game. That's why I love talking to you guys, because you bring out so much news. You're talking to people. What are you working on next?
So just to add a point to that, I don't know if you saw the message that David Sachs wrote on Twitter the other day, but he essentially put a call out to Silicon Valley and was like, you all need to wake up, because you cannot continue to be buddy-buddy with the Democrat Party, because Mamdani is the face of that. This is the future. They are no longer the party of freedom of expression and all of that stuff. This is the future of the Democratic Party, what he's proposing in New York City. And that means the end of your ability to be a billionaire, your ability to have competition and thrive and all of that stuff. So if you don't get on board with this MAGA agenda, you might be lunch for Mamdani and his supporters one day. And I thought that was such a great point. Right now I'm working on I put out a piece on immigration, like I said earlier, to kind of promote the great things about what's going to go on in this bill. I think it's a great present for the American people. I called it Christmas in July for us, because it's really going to help. We're just watching this vote and seeing what happens. And then hopefully tomorrow, I've been seeing a lot of polling out about Americans feeling down on Independence Day coming tomorrow. That's mainly from the Democratic Party, but I'm hoping that we see a real resurgence with patriotism and a love from America now that we have Trump in office, because it's not going to be some weird pseudo leftist version of patriotism. It's going to be, what we grew up with. And I'm really excited about that.
Absolutely. And I have a question in that regard. I don't know if I haven't been able to talk to anybody to find out. If this thing passes now, which I don't know if this is the final vote, but if this thing passes now, why couldn't he sign it tonight at the event? Why couldn't they set up a table and just get it done while there's so many eyeballs on the event?
I don't think that there's any technical reason why he can't, but I do know that Trump loves optics, and there's nothing better than him signing this one big beautiful bill on July 4th, Independence Day. We saw in Mike Johnson's speech that he gave that he brought up July 4th so many times. So I think that is a precursor to the conclusion, which is he is freeing America from, the shackles of the Biden administration with this bill. And so I think that that's probably the messaging that he wants to get out. It's like with Alligator Alcatraz, Trump is the best at being able to take a phrase or, some sort of media prop and use it to the best of his advantage. And so I think that's probably what he's hoping for here, which is why he said, I want it on my desk to sign by July 4th.
Well, I think he's going to have it. I'm going to let you go because we're close. I don't know if this is the final one, but nonetheless, I think that people are going to want to see it, and you may have to start writing about it. Is Reagan on vacation?
No, she's actually traveling with the president today. So she's on the full detail today. So she's going to be front row and center and giving us all the details from behind the scenes. So I'm excited. She's actually going to have a video out today about her trip with President Trump. And so I'm excited to see what she has to say.
I'm jealous.
Yeah, same.
I want to be backstage at the big event. Well, if you end up getting on the road and you head down to South Florida to cover anything, or you've got to go into Alligator or Alcatraz, let me know, and I'll meet you out there for lunch in the hot heat or something.
Okay, sounds great. Thanks so much, Barry, for having me on.
Thank you very much. Great talking to you. That is Mary Rook. If you'd like to follow Mary, she's sweet. Go to Mary Rook _ and you can find her on X. All right, so let's get back to the vote here. We are close to having this thing actually happen. Looks like it's that one guy still causing the problems here. That one guy from Pennsylvania. I think that's who it is. I think it'd be this guy from Pennsylvania. It might be somebody else. But there's only 11 left, and like I was telling Mary, this one has gone pretty fast. I mean, they said 15 minutes, and boom, within 15 minutes, here we go. We got 2 minutes left. Still got 11 people not voting, which we know they're all sitting right there, so I don't know where the heck they are and why they're not voting it, but I don't really want to say we're sitting on pins and needles, but at the same time, get it done. Whichever this is. So if you guys can see on the screen, hopefully you can, this is called something, hold up, called the motion to concur in the Senate amendment. Have no idea what that means, but needs probably going to need all, definitely 217, because none of that. Well, actually, no, you won't need 217 because, well, let me just shut up and just tell you they need 3 more votes. 3 more votes and it passes because there's no more Democrats. So we're close. We're close to whatever this thing is. Hopefully we're about to find out it passed, we won. But what is it? That's what I want. You know, we'll see if it erupts. I've got 2 different feeds going here. One might be behind the other. Let me go to this one. 216. We have 2 nays. So one of those non-voting there have to go ahead and vote. One of those non-voting ones has to come across. It has not passed. Okay, unless these feeds are delayed, it's not passed. We need to have, your feed is behind. Okay, I don't know why the feed would be behind. Let me check something else here. The feed is behind. Let's see here. All right, somebody says it passed. I guess I have a YouTube delay on. That's suckage. Lots of suckage there. If YouTube is delayed. No. Okay. No. Guys, it did not pass yet. Trust me. I'm looking at 4 different feeds. I'm looking at CNBC. I'm looking at C-SPAN. Everything right now says 216 to 214 with 2 non-voting. So no, just want to let you know it has not passed yet. I don't know why people say that, why they do those kinds of things, but it's 216, 2 and 2, 216 to 214. It has to get to, well, let's see. If those 2 people voted, those 2 non-voters voted for no, it would not pass. So it's got to, can I vote okay? I vote yes, it passed. You guys crack me up. No, it hasn't passed yet. It's so funny. It's so funny doing this kind of stuff. And we're waiting. We are waiting. We are waiting. Neat. See those 2? Okay, let me just explain to you. Let me explain to you. Those 2 votes that say non-voting, there's 2 there. If you look at the math down below, it's 216 to 214. 216 to 214, with 2 people not have voted yet. If those 2 votes say no, it's tied and it's done. Does not work. So that's what you need to understand here. It's 216, 214, and there's 2 votes outstanding from the Republicans. And we need one of those 2 votes to come over because 1 vote would do it. So it has not passed. Don't listen to anybody who's telling you it has passed. I'm not behind. Yeah, Monica posted it passed, but immediately took it down. Yes, that's because it looks like, if you look at it, it looks like it's passed because it's 216 to 214, but then you got to look over there and there's 2 votes remaining. So as of right now, it has not passed. Please understand mathematics here. It has not passed. Nope, the speaker does not have the final vote. Okay, now it has passed. Now we got it. It's 217. It's in the books. Boom, there we go. 217 to 2. It has now officially passed. That last person who didn't vote, it doesn't matter. 217, baby. 217. It is now passed. It is now passed. It wasn't passed 10 seconds ago. He needed to get to 217, and now we have it. Whatever this thing is, you guys cracked me up. Yes, it has. It didn't just do it, just did it. Oh my goodness. Oh my gosh. Everybody wants to be so contradicting. It's amazing to me. Oh goodness, goodness, man. Come on, people. Wow. Sometimes you want to throw this stuff in, throw the cameras, everything in the garbage, because it gets so crazy. Because people are like, oh no, it passed already. Until it turned to 217, it did not pass. Okay, and actually, to tell you the truth, to give you the God's honest truth, until he hits the gavel, it has not passed. Just so you know. Until the guy there hits that gavel, and a lot of people don't tell you this, the numbers now have passed. It's at 217. However, you see those, at any point somebody can go, you know what, I want to change my vote. It's got to get gavelled. But we do have the numbers at this point. Lord help me. Lord help me with these people. But at the same time, we don't know what this is as of yet. So we need to figure out what in the heck this thing is. But it is, whatever it is, we have the numbers have made it so that we will have a passed bill. I'm not going to get riled up. It's there. It's on the doorstep. And I very hope you see this in a year. The USA passed a bill. Oh gosh, it's too funny. All right, come on, buddy. Start talking. Give us the information. We want to hear it now. Gavel. Suck it, live nuts. Yes, let's talk. Say something about it. You know what's funny? Look at the audience. Here, I'll put it on full screen. Look at the audience. There's like nobody on the left. They all ran, took their toys, ran home. Sore losers. They voted no and just left. And Dale, you're right. I thought that's what it was too. I thought it was a vote to get to vote. But we shall see as soon as he turns the mic on. I guess they're waiting for that one more person. Don't know who the two no votes are as of yet. Maybe somebody will post that. But they're looking like it's the final because they're all standing there getting ready to take selfies and everything. Boy, oh boy, oh boy. Can you guys please stop? Seriously. Can y'all please stop? We're looking at it. Oh my goodness. You drive me crazy. You drive me absolutely crazy. You're looking at something and go, oh, no, it happened. It didn't happen until a couple minutes ago when it got to set 217. Now it's at 217 and the numbers are there. It has the ability to pass. So, yes. No, Newsmax says it's going to Trump's desk. See, everybody's got different opinions. I thought, I think he may, 2:30, 2:45. He may still be in town. He may want to do it tonight. Everyone's, like, he had called the press conference tomorrow at 9:30. But he may do it tonight if he has the ability to do it. If this is it and they can run it over. Let's see here. Let me see where he put it. He had posted something earlier saying that he was going to sign it tomorrow at 9:30 in the morning. But, hey, if it gets done, I don't know why you would wait until tomorrow. Go ahead and sign it. All right, so the last person voted, and it's 218. The last person voted, it's 218. The numbers are in the book.
Members voted. Or wish to change a vote.
Uh-oh.
On this vote, the yeas are 218, the nays are 214. The motion is adopted. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
That's not my mic. They cut his mic. And they're all leaving. So I guess.
The chair lays before the House a communication.
The Honorable Speaker, House of Representatives, sir. Pursuant to the permission granted in Clause 2H of Rule 2 of the Rules of the U.S. House of Representatives, the clerk received the following message from the Secretary of the Senate on June 27, 2025 at 3:36 p.m. that the Senate passed Senate 98, Senate 257, that the Senate agreed to relative to the death of Frederick W. Smith, Senate Resolution 308, Appointments, Board of Visitors of the U.S. Military Academy. Signed sincerely, Kevin F. McCumber, Clerk.
Do I have to do? To Clause 13 of Rule 1, the House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. on Monday, July 7, 2025.
All right. That's it. It's a done dealio. I guess President Trump will have to watch and see what happens in a little while. Let me see if he's posted anything since things have happened. If he's going to sign it today, or is he going to wait until they're adjourned till Monday, so it's done. Wow. Do you feel it? Do you feel it already? All right, so SV, do me a favor. I'm going to continue and finish my portion here. And I guess what I'll do is, instead of, let me go with my portion, and I'll probably end up stopping and then coming back on, because he doesn't speak tonight until like 8:30, and I don't have 6 hours of content. So I'll finish my show, and then we'll stop. And then after we stop, then we'll go ahead and break for the day, and I'll change the image. We'll do something tonight. All right, so let's continue with the stuff I had planned for you. I think you'll enjoy it. SB, let me know if Trump says something, if you could, please, and that way I'll jump back on. Alrighty. Wait 1 second. Let me change this so that you guys can see everything. All right, so let's talk about the economics news, the good news of the day, because it was fantastic.
When you look at the headline numbers, 147,000 jobs added, there's no denying that this is a very resilient labor market economy. And I've spoken to so many economists since Liberation Day who have said to me time and time again that despite the solid numbers we've seen in previous months, they said, Zane, wait till June. June, you will see that. We will start to see the impact in the hard data of the sort of wavering tariff policy. That's not happening.
And this is good news, much better than expected. An upside surprise on headline payrolls, 147, the estimate 106. The unemployment rate was at 4.2. In our survey, economists were looking for that to climb up to 4.3. It comes in at 4.1. And if you want some high-frequency data, or at least some higher-frequency data, jobless claims, much lower than expected. Across the board here in the labour market, this is a pretty solid read.
It's a Fox News alert. The June jobs report just released, and it shows the U.S. added 147,000 jobs last month. That is stronger than expected. Revisions to April and May reports also show 16,000 more jobs created than previously reported, and the unemployment rate unexpectedly falling to 4.1%. So a strong report, guys. That's good news heading into this holiday weekend.
Again, since, March and before, there were predictions that the tariffs, and granted, a lot of them have been pulled back, most of them have been pulled back, but all that tariff policy was going to lead perhaps to inflation, would lead to job losses, predictions of doom. That doom just hasn't happened yet.
Yeah, they almost seem disappointed. Where's the doom? We're Democrats. We're liberals. We want more doom. More doom, please. Didn't happen. Now you guys, after the last 2 days, should know why. They were looking here when they should have been looking here. All the information that they were fed was completely wrong. Well, actually, wasn't completely wrong. It was the wrong information. I'll say it again. Peter Navarro told you. Scott Bessent told you. Howard Lutnick told you. Growth and tariffs equals a much better economy. And then, of course, add in the interest rates, which at this point, I would almost think Jerome Powell's going to have to wave the white flag. He's going to have to be done. He's just going to say, guys, I tried to shoot Trump in the foot. It didn't work. We got to drop it. Things are taking off. Things are going crazy. It's not going to stop. This rocket has been launched, but they can't take it.
It hasn't happened. And, John, I've been doing a lot of reporting on this topic. And what I'm hearing is that for the last few years, really since COVID, but even before, companies have realized that their supply chains can be interrupted for lots of reasons, for a virus, for a geopolitical event, for a war, for a climate event. And so they've been using technology to really streamline things. They've been getting their systems in place, and there's just a lot more efficiency in the system now. In some ways, I think...
So, in the last 2 months, all of these companies have decided they learned how to be more efficient. Had nothing to do with Trump. Had nothing to do with the tariffs, nothing to do with growth, nothing to do with the lower of unemployment, nothing to do with more jobs. It's the companies finally learned how to deal with things that might happen. These people hurt themselves by trying to find... Even the guy in CNN is like, oh, God, you're making excuses again. You're going to keep vomiting all over my set by telling me it's not Trump. Instead of just regaining whatever credibility, whatever shred of credibility you have, just come back and say, it's Trump. Just say it.
This is a triumph of business and how business has been optimizing. Now, that said, when we think about who's going to do well in this period, it's going to be big businesses. I am hearing that there's more pressure on small and mid-sized businesses that will be far less able to cope with whatever tariff inflationary impact we do see. That concerns me because small and mid-sized businesses are what fuels a lot of communities.
She's still waving the warning flags. Oh, it's really only going to help big business. You little guys are going to get screwed. Oh, because, it concerns me. I don't know how it is to be around these people, how to live around these people, because it's like Jekyll and Hyde. They go to work and it sucks. Everything sucks. And they're home, and I'm pretty sure they're looking at their 401ks, and they're looking at their bank account, and they're driving their Mercedes and their cheap gas, and they're buying the beach home down here in Florida, but then they got to go to work and go, oh, it sucks. I'm really concerned. Yeah, I don't know if y'all gonna be able to make it.
Around the country, if you see them going under because they can't take even a little bit of tariff pressure, that could have a jobs impact. So again, optimistic right now, but it's, there are some issues on the horizon still.
All right.
Hey, lady, it's only been 5 months. He ain't even got going yet. He's just getting comfortable up in there. You're like, there's still some stuff to worry about. Why worry? See, the whole thing with these people who are supposed to be economists is, if you train people, there's nothing to worry about. People ask me all the time, how can you guys live in Florida with hurricanes? One, we don't walk around worried about them. Number two, and probably most importantly, we prepare. Okay, so if a hurricane comes a blowing, we make sure we've got stuff and we're ready, we're putting it in place and everything else. So if the economy has a little bit of a little dip or something, most of us understand, okay, you got enough in the savings, you got enough in your checking, your credit card's paid down, yeah, okay, you're still going to work every day, okay, just put some away just in case. You know what your mother told you? Hey, for a rainy day, you don't freak out.
But a good jobs report, one more good jobs report.
Yeah.
We've really seen a long run. We're talking years long run here of this at this point. Ron Fruhar, great to see you. Thank you very much. Sarah?
Anything's possible. We'll know shortly. Obviously, it's the big June jobs report. I wouldn't look for this to make an easy more likely. 147,000 jobs. Definitely a bit better than expected, no matter what your range was, whether it was closer to 100 or 115,000, it's a pretty good number. And guess what? If we look at the 2-month revision, it's positive. It's up 16,000. How does 147 stack up? Well, it's pretty odd because it's exactly where we were in April, unless they revise that. To find a higher number than that, well, you're going back to last year. So this is tied for the, second best, tied for the first best number of job creation of the year. Now, let's look at the numbers for unemployment rate. That number is coming in at, it's coming in at... Where is it to underemployment? There it is, 4.1%. Sorry, folks, we do this on the fly. 4.1%, and obviously 4.1 equals where we were in February to find a lower unemployment rate at the beginning of the year when it was at 4%. Now, if we look at average hourly earnings, up 0.2, we were looking for up 0.3, and the rearview mirror is up 0.4. Up 0.2 equals where we were in April. To find a lower number, you really have to go back in the Wayback Machine. You're going all the way.
You gotta go way back in the Wayback Machine. So understand a lot of what's going to happen now. A lot of it's going to be immigration, because they're going to spend a whole lot of money on immigration, more judges, more attorneys, more planes, more people to go round up, all kinds of things they're going to be doing, which means you can expect the only thing that can even slow this train down. I mean, we are talking a locomotive happening right now. And I will also, in terms of monetarily, say we're about to strap onto a rocket ship. Things are going to just go crazy. Now, we're going into a holiday, so we're going to have a little bit of a buffer period here to see how things happen, but they're going to take off. You need to be prepared for it. Absolutely. Now, the bad part about it is the Democrats have nothing. I've been telling you that for a while. Now it's worse than nothing. Now they're just hanging out. There's nothing they can do. So everything is going to rest on the shoulders of these judges. The politicians, CNN, MSNBC might as well just close up. Because these people, there's not enough whining to change prosperity and the good mood MAGA is going to have. You got your little Muslims, your little nut jobs that are going to be running around complaining and protesting. They'll probably be out in the street tomorrow. They're probably going to try and burn the flag. So nobody's paying attention to you. Nope. Cry, complain, do whatever you want. Yeah, you're going to round up brown people. Yeah, probably. Lots of them. Mm-hmm. Oh, but billionaires, and doesn't matter. The only thing they have, the one thing they have they got two weapons. They've got the judges, and then they got the nuts. So just be careful. Don't worry about things being well. Just be careful out there, especially if you go into an event tomorrow where there's a lot of people and you're doing fireworks, and the sound of the fireworks might mask something else. Just keep an eye if you're bringing your family out there, because the crazies are going to be out. They got nothing left.
Back to August of 23 when it was up 1/10. So earnings are something to pay attention.
When the big beautiful bill inevitably passes, it's going to add to a week and a half of key moments, consequential moments in this second term for him. We made a list. It starts on June 23rd with the Supreme Court allowing the Trump administration to restart swift deportations of migrants away from their home countries. 4 days later, the Supreme Court sided with the Trump administration on nationwide injunctions in that birthright citizenship case. June 30th, the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ closed at record highs. They capped the best quarter in over a year. Two things on July 1st. First, Israel accepted the Trump-led ceasefire plan that could end the Gaza war in 60 days. And also, UPenn modified a trio of school records set by the transgender swimmer Leah Thomas. Then July 2nd, yesterday, Trump announced a trade deal with Vietnam that's going to let U.S. goods into that country.
Look at that. I mean, seriously, they should that should be a T-shirt. You look at, here, let me put it on the big screen so you can see it. You're talking June 23rd, which was what? Today's the 5th. 10 days? I mean, seriously, look at that. All of those wins. I mean,
we're going to win so much, you may even get tired of winning. And you'll say, please, please, it's too much winning. We can't take it anymore. Mr. President, it's too much. And I'll say, no, it isn't. We have to keep winning. We have to win more. We're going to win more.
Has there been a more prophetic statement by a politician ever? You're going to get tired of winning. That picture right there that Ducey is talking about has all taken place in a 2-week period of time. Yes, it's a lot of winning. You're going to get so tired. I'm not going to get tired of it, though. If I have to go into training, I got to win some more. Got to win some more. All of you, mentally start understanding right now what's before you. We're only 5 months in. Yeah, little over 5 months in. Going on 6 months. And all of this has happened. And it just keeps happening. I sit back at this point. I would love to have a roundtable discussion with some people who are really into politics and go, you did all that. All this happened, right? Yeah. Okay. What's next? Think about it. If the economy's flying, jobs are up, tariffs are working, wars are stopped, you're about to get the interest rates probably dropped, Democrats are useless. What's next? And I want you guys to really think about it. I'd love to see your comments. No income tax? Could that be it? Because I'm thinking if Trump is sitting back with his people and they're in a meeting and they're looking at the stuff on 2023 and they're like, okay, when I get reelected, I'm going to do this. I'm going to do all this. And then when you look at his list and he gets it done, all of this in 6 months, can you even imagine what's on the next page? Because all of us right now are like, oh, this is crazy. The media is like, I don't know what the hell's going on. Is this real? Immigration shut. What's on page 3? Let that sink in, as I say often. Let that sink in. Yeah, somebody goes, Planned Parenthood gone. What's next? And don't say encore, because we're still in the first quarter. Remember, it's a 4-year term. We're still in year 1. So it's not like it's almost at the end. We're still in the first 6 months. And I'm sitting here literally going, okay, what else you going to do, bro? Because you going on vacation for the next 3 years? Because if he stopped today, we'd all be like, yeah, he was really successful. I think and I'm basically setting up my interview with General Flynn. My interview with General Flynn answers that question. See, the only thing left, not only, but the page 3 has to be get things back in order lawfully. Go after all these people who caused all these problems, who cheated, who lied, who tried to kill you. Now y'all need to be afraid. Now is when you might see the Lear jets taking off and getting the hell out of Dodge. He got his big, beautiful bill passed. He's probably going to sign it either today or tomorrow. And if you've seen President Trump, you already know he's on to the next page. I guarantee you, Stephen Miller and J.D. Vance are like, okay, that's done. All right, let's go. What's next? And that next page might be a whole bunch of names that are pooping their pantses right now. Because he knew he didn't have to. Don't screw around too closely here, because it's a close vote and anything can happen. So now I got this done. What's next? And and you guys are like, deport all the newcomers. The arrest. The arrest. Voter ID, somebody says. Yep. Again, get ready. The ride is going to be intense. Absolutely intense, because you literally have to think right now. As you're talking, treason, arrest, everybody's saying it. Stimmy checks, that may be coming. I don't even know. Excuse me, but I want you to think about it and just say, hey, it's July. What's next? I'm gonna tell you this. When we're watching tonight, and Lee Greenwood walks out and he's going to sing his song, we know that's going to happen. And he's probably going to do the Village People. But if he sings, if the guy comes out, the opera singer, and sings Nessun Dorma, it's over. Just wave the white flag. We're done. If you come, watch for it. Join me tonight when we cover it. If during the fireworks, the dude is singing Nessun Dorma, oh, hell. That is going to be a signal he's given to everybody. Oh, man.
We talked about the markets. Look at this. The all-time highs. S&P 500, 62.27. The NASDAQ, 20,393. President Trump also feeling good about border security. He posted this last night. Congratulations, America. The June border statistics are in, and once again, they are the lowest recorded numbers in United States history. The U.S. Border Patrol reported 0 releases of illegal aliens into the country. And the president has been very excited ever since he got back here about the next year's America 250 birthday celebration. The countdown to that begins tonight in Des Moines, Iowa.
What do you make of Hakeem Jeffries at the podium for more than an hour?
All right. I just thought of something. You know what else you need to look for? Watch what happens in the next week or so if Elon Musk changes. And then we figure out that this whole thing was part of the movie too. That'll be very interesting. Because nobody knows, except for a very tight group of people, what comes next. But the one thing you can count on following this man is something's coming. Something is definitely coming.
Trying to discredit this bill right now.
Well, Maria, I'm not going to take firefighting advice from an arsonist. The Democrats...
Yeah. Oh my gosh, he just roasted him. I'm not going to take firefighting advice from an arsonist. Ouch.
Had the majorities. They blew out the budget. They had the tons of wasteful spending, and we inherited a mess. And under President Trump's leadership, along with Speaker Johnson, Leader Thune, we are going to get the economy humming again via the private sector. This is a Main Street working America bill. it is going to address the affordability crisis. We are going to increase working people's wages. And, you know, the Democratic Party at present doesn't stand for anything. They're just against everything. And you know, let's see where the economy is this time next year. I think this bill, over the next year, we are going to see growth like we have not seen, and importantly, it is going to be non-inflationary growth, which is something the Democrats couldn't do.
You know what he's talking about there, don't you? Non-inflationary growth. They're going for it. I'm going to say it right now on July 3rd. I don't know when, I don't know how they're going to do it, but they're going to try and go for no income tax. It would be very, very hard to get done, but I think he's the man who can go for it. And if he's got this kind of political capital behind him, he might get it done. Especially like when we're looking here and we see that the two people who voted no were Massey and Fitzpatrick. Massey expected, Fitzpatrick wants more money to go to Ukraine, and the district, okay, like in 2024, Massey was in a Trump plus 36 district, and Fitzpatrick was in a Harris district. Both those guys might be gone. I mean, it's Thomas Massey. He has his quirks, and he seems to always do things, but he's got some scruples. He didn't want to send any money to Ukraine or anything, so at least that's pretty cool. Then back to work over here, U.S. and Iran could meet soon. Nuclear talks may happen in Oslo. Trump's envoy Witkoff and Iran's FM Arghachi might finally meet face-to-face in Oslo. No official dates yet, but talks could begin soon. A recent strike, as you know, took out the Iranian stockpile. Meanwhile, Iran has frozen talks with a global nuclear watchdog, but claims it is still following the rules. A tenuous situation for sure, but you know, it's happening. It's actually happening. And this guy Fitzpatrick, I guess he came out of nowhere to be somewhat of an idiot, but nonetheless, it is what it is. So let me go ahead and finish out this video first.
Wait on pins and needles for Hakeem Jeffries to finish bloviating. I mean, I think I love it just because they're proving who they are, you know? I mean, how can you be opposed to, extending the Trump tax cuts and providing no tax on overtime and no tax on Social Security? I mean, these are all things everyone should wish for. So the fact that he's spending 3 hours, excoriating the bill is kind of good from the standpoint of the midterm. So we'll
notice when, I don't know, was it 6 hours, 7 hours, however many hours that it actually was, they talked about Medicaid, billionaires. They did not, however, even broach upon saving money because you're going to have to pay less taxes. That it's a tax cut for you and me as well. And that's probably because the people that they speak about don't pay any taxes. And so when they kept saying it was going to take money from working families, I'm like, the people who are working are going to get tax breaks. You don't get a tax break if you don't pay taxes. But, that's just how they are. Check this out.
Here are some things that have happened. Gas prices down. Economic indicators are decent. Brand new jobs report shows that's much better than expected. And border crossings are down. And now Trump's mega spending bill looks like it's going to be passed by Republicans. How do you Democrats fight back with the wins that Trump can tout?
Well, it depends on how you define wins, Sarah. I mean, the way I can summarize this big ugly bill best is Republicans caved, Trump lied, and people will die.
Oh, that's your counter argument, huh? People are gonna die. We're all gonna die out here. Trump's killing us all. That's your political stance, huh? That's your counter argument. Even the woman from CNN's like, yeah, that's it, huh? Yeah. Good luck with that.
This bill does kick 17 million people off of their health care. That's people who are on Medicaid.
People. See, this is what their problem is. Their problem in a nutshell is this grand plan that they had to infuse as many people who aren't supposed to be here into this country under the guise and promise that we'll give you everything under the sun. You won't have to pay for anything. We'll give you a place to live. We'll give you food. We'll give you fake driver's licenses, everything. All you got to do to keep it going is vote for us. And we're good, right? You get everything. And now, all of a sudden, you can't give these, quote, people free stuff. And because of that, now all you have is insults and stupid remarks. Because you don't have a strategy, because they were in their wildest dreams, they never thought this was going to happen. It was just something Trump was talking about. And so it's very hard to go to, plan B when you don't even have a plan A. All you did was just flood the zone, bring as many people in here, and now all of your different pillars that you want, they're gone. And because you have no leaders, there's nobody saying, all right, hey, listen, that ain't working. Let's try this. So the bottom line is the CNN person, she doesn't know, she's a host, but you're interviewing people who are scarecrows. They don't have brains. There's nothing they can offer you. I mean, her question was great. Say, hey, what are you guys going to do next? Yeah, people are going to keep telling people they're going to die. That's your strategy. It tells you in a quick word everything they have. So, Trump's been doing this, he's got this, he's got that, and what are you going to do? Oh, people are going to die.
Who are extremely vulnerable, like veterans and the elderly, the disabled, and children. We're talking about the largest cuts to nutrition assistance, meaning people are going to go hungry. 4 million people lose their nutrition.
People. Interesting. See, if you listen to the words they say, they give themselves away.
Assistance, 31,000 in my district alone. You have 70,000 who will lose Medicaid. This is a bill that is going to cause tremendous pain, and it is incredibly unpopular with the public because they don't want their government to actually take away things that ensure that they can remain healthy and safe, and that their families can be cared for, and that they can have a middle.
All right, so see, they did everything they possibly could to make polling and everybody look at this thing as it's wildly unpopular. People don't want this. Now here's where the big problem happens. It gets put into effect, and you didn't die. And you still have money. It's actually you have more. Your gas prices are okay. Your grocery prices are okay. And you can still go to the doctor. At that point, the Republicans have to be on point with messaging, and you have to be on point in messaging. Maybe a month from now, it's like, hey, you alive? I haven't seen you post in a while. Just wondering, you alive? Oh, okay. How things going? Your next door neighbor, hey Trump, yeah. How things going out there? I see you guys go. You got a whole station wagon full of groceries. Yeah, yeah. Things going well, huh? Hey, that's a nice new car you got. Hey, they're done. Life will show people that polling was completely BS, and then their credibility is shot.
Lifestyle. This bill is all in service to taking care of the wealthiest, most fortunate Americans. It explodes the deficit, and it raises the debt ceiling by $5 trillion to give tax breaks to the wealthy. That jobs report you just mentioned, the overwhelming majority of those jobs are actually government jobs and education jobs that look to be more like substitute teachers. There are really not many jobs in that jobs report that they can point to that are in the private market. So it's...
Actually, they can. In fact, they released a report about private sector jobs. You're thinking of Democrats and how you guys all populate jobs with stupid government jobs. That's not what Trump's doing, except for the only jobs that, help get people out of here. And those jobs, I'm welcome.
Hollow jobs report, and you're going to see over the next year and a half the incredible pain that this big ugly bill will cost people. And we are on the House floor behind our Democratic leader, Hakeem Jeffries, to make sure people know just what's in it, because the Republicans are doing this, again, in the dead of night when people don't know what's going on.
You realize it didn't have to be in the dead of night if you guys would have shut the hell up and let us vote at a reasonable hour. It's only the dead of night because you kept doing what you were doing. Yes, the Republicans did have a delay. I will admit that. They couldn't get their shit together either. But then your boy Hakeem decided he wanted to go on a walkabout for about 12 hours. Crazy. They don't think people remember. They think people are stupid. That's the big problem. They don't think and don't realize that you know and you can see what exactly is happening.
This could not be a bigger deal for President Trump and for this administration. They believe that this bill really encapsulates everything President Trump wants to do with his agenda, that his legacy is going to be sealed in some of the items that are in this bill. And that's why it was so important to President Trump to get this across the finish line. It has been something that has been weighing on the White House as they have been negotiating, having conversations, courting House members for months. I mean, I was told 2 days ago that they felt like they had these month-long relationships with House members, that they've been trying to address their problems for some time now. Now, the other problems with the bill, just to be clear, one of the other parts of this that I think might go unnoticed is how much this second term for President Trump is different than the first term. They have figured out in that 4 years that President Trump was not in office how to work the system in their favor. That was not something we saw during the chaotic first term. And, in the last couple of days, we've been talking about this nonstop, this idea that, is the bill on the verge of collapse? And every time I spoke to White House officials, they said they like their odds. They think that they are feeling optimistic. And when I ask why, they just point me to what we've seen for the past 6 months, which was anytime President Trump has wanted to get something done in Congress, even with people opposing it, almost every time he has been able to strong arm something through the Senate, through the House that he wanted to get done in terms of his agenda.
You mean like a leader? Here's another leader. J.D. Vance says, congrats to everyone. At times, I even doubted we get it done by July 4th, but now we're delivered big tax cuts and the resources necessary to secure the border. Promises made, promises kept. Man, things couldn't be going better. I've been looking to see if President Trump is announcing whether he's going to do it tonight or tomorrow. I haven't seen any confirmation. Nothing as of yet has been posted on Truth Social. So he's leaving that maybe, I know he's on a plane supposedly, so maybe we'll see some interviewing. Dan Scavino posted this, which is pretty cool. The big beautiful bill passes in the House. Trump. Oh man, everybody's having a good time. I love it. Love it that everybody's having a good time. It says it's I'm looking to see. It says it's headed to Trump's desk. The White House posted this a second ago, and the White House says the one big beautiful bill passes U.S. Congress, heads to President Trump's desk. So it's possible he may sign it tonight. We shall see. I'm not sure. What I think I'm going to do at this point, because you guys have been here for 4 hours, is I'm going to stop. I'm going to have lunch. And then I'll set a time for tonight's festivities. And then I'll show the Michael Flynn interview at that point, because you guys, I don't want to sit here for 5 hours and then have to stop and then restart. So it's 3 o'clock right now. Everything supposedly starts, he speaks at 8:30 Eastern. understand 8:30 Eastern when he speaks. The festivities may start a little bit earlier. I'll go live at 7:30, and then I'll play Michael Flynn's interview tonight as a part of that. Let's see here. You're gonna party like it's 1999. Yeah, tomorrow everyone has a day off. So have one on me, man. Everybody have one. Johnson is taking questions. Let me see if I can pull that in. And where's he taking questions from? That's the other part. Hold on. Let me see if, since you said that, let me see if I can find where Michael Johnson is, and I'll see if I can pull it in. Hold on one second.
Welcome back to Fanfare with Barry Cunningham.
Where was Ralph?
Harbor Springs,
But yeah, the last couple of days are kind of run-ins but big and beautiful with this. Focused, committed. I think the speaker said it. The last 4 years has been a rough go for this country. And the American people need relief, they need hope. And this bill has that wrapped up in all the various historic economic policies, fiscal reforms, investment, safety and security. So it is the most comprehensive set of conservative reforms. I think in my lifetime, certainly, I think in modern history potentially. But it couldn't come at a more desperately needed time, and I think that's what kept us focused. And
maybe this year we got a little cycle. Yeah. Remember that how it snowed in the Great Lakes, Michigan, which is very 1970. Oh my God.
What you got there? Let me take a look, Mary. My fans back home. Very few fans. Remember, I only won by.
It takes that over.
Well, every vote counts, Mademoiselle. You did.
I know.
See, we will get you reelected despite everything.
Angel told me.
Put it down on my phone. I better.
Okay, we gotta do another one. After a while, I'm probably going to need that. We gotta do this. Okay. I'm standing here with Juan Ciscomani. We're about to have the press conference in the Rayburn room. We passed all the good, the bad, and the ugly. One big beautiful.
You all can see over me? Yes.
Oh, there it is. Just making sure of that.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. It is noon, right? Listen, 6 months ago to the day, I spoke on the House floor about my optimism for America's future. I was optimistic because the American people gave Republicans a historic opportunity, an opportunity to enact the largest tax cut in American history, to finally secure our borders and unleash American energy, an opportunity to put America first again. Well, I am proud to say, House Republicans, we delivered. And thanks to the work of the House Republican Conference and our president, President Donald J. Trump, Americans have certainty. They will keep more money in their pockets and have the safety and security that they deserve. House Republicans remained unified. No one thought we could do it. Everybody doubted us, didn't they, Mr. Speaker? Right? They doubted us. But here we are again. Mr. Whip, what are we, 6-0?
Yeah, nobody in this room doubted us.
No, nobody here doubted us. But we are unified. We delivered on our promises to the American people. No taxes on tip, no taxes on overtime, tax relief to seniors, enhanced child care tax credits, elimination of the death tax, more ICE agents. We're finishing the border wall and funding the Golden Dome. And for all the fear-mongering that goes out there from the Democrats, we actually secured Medicaid for those who need it most. Vulnerable Americans, pregnant women, and the disabled. Compared to the Democrats, who would rather give Medicaid to illegal aliens and MS-13 members. Democrats are fear-mongering because they have no vision, no plan, and no leader. But guess what? We have a leader. And our leader is President Donald Trump. And lastly, let's not forget that actual fiscal sanity is being restored. Because of our work, the One Big Beautiful Bill Act is headed to the president's desk for signature. And today marks the end of the waste, the fraud, and the abuse of American taxpayers' dollars. It marks the end of higher gas prices, the end of higher energy costs and higher grocery bills. And because of the One Big Beautiful Bill Act, Joe Biden's border crisis is over. Listen, I applaud my colleagues who worked tirelessly. I don't think the Speaker and the Whip and the Leader have slept in days. But they've worked tirelessly to ensure that we actually delivered on our promises. And I thank President Trump for his leadership in getting this bill across the finish line. Without his leadership, none of this would have been possible. His vision, none of this would have been possible. But today we passed actual transformational legislation that will impact every family. Tomorrow, we celebrate our nation's independence, and we set out to spread the message of this historic achievement. But today, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to celebrate. President Trump and the American people's agenda has been delivered. And the man who probably had one of the most difficult jobs was Mr. Emmer, who actually had to whip and count all the votes and get everybody into line. So without further ado, our whip, Tom Emmer.
You know, Mr. Speaker, they always complain about such a small majority, but for us old hockey players, it's just fewer numbers to count. It works out much better. On November 5th, Americans elected a Republican House, a Republican Senate, and a Republican president with a mandate for change, a mandate to undo the failed policies of the last 4 years and to deliver on President Donald J. Trump's America First agenda. Today, we're all proud to report that by passing our one big, beautiful bill and sending it to President Trump's desk to be signed into law, we are fulfilling that mandate. This is a once-in-a-generation piece of legislation that secures our border, unleashes American energy, allows families to keep more of their hard-earned taxpayer dollars in their pockets, cuts waste, fraud, and abuse in government programs like SNAP and Medicaid, modernizes our air traffic control system, strengthens our national defense, and so much more, all while implementing the largest cut in mandatory spending in our history. To put it simply, this bill is President Trump's Make America Great Again agenda being codified into law. From Minnesota to Texas and Maine to California, there are wins in this legislation for every single American. And I couldn't be more proud to be part of the Republican team that got this thing across the finish line. I want to say thank you to our Speaker, Mike Johnson. We should also thank our leader, Steve Scalise. And while she won't tell you what she's doing, we got to give a big thank you to our conference chair, Lisa McClain. I want to thank the chairman of all our committees that worked on the reconciliation instructions for doing all the hard work behind the scenes of putting this bill together. And most importantly, and people who know me know that it's about the team, I want to thank the members of our House Republican Conference for uniting as a team and getting this thing done. As we've said a million times before, do not underestimate the Republican majority in the House, the mighty majority in the House. This legislative process may not always look pretty, and there will always be many tough fights. But one thing is certain, we will always deliver on our promises to the American people. And with that, I turn it over to our great leader, Mr. Scalise.
Well, thank you, Whip, and what a beautiful day here in America. It is the golden age of America again. America's coming back. And I tell you, a lot of people wrote this bill off for dead. Nobody said it would be easy. But you know what? We didn't come here to do easy things. We came here to do big things. We came here to make history. We came here to deliver on the promises we made to the American people, to fight for them and to take power out of Washington and give it back to those families who have been struggling for way too long. Now, we had a little bit of debate on the floor today. You got to see a difference between the two parties in Washington, maybe more crystallized than we've ever seen before. And I think that's a good thing. I hope America watched all of it. Watched Democrats falling asleep behind their leader. as he went on and on trying to scare the American people with lies, with scare tactics, with depressing stories about things that will never happen unless Democrats keep running this country. But the American people said, we will not live in fear. We are not a country of fear. We're a country of hope. We're a country of optimism. We're a country that believes our brightest days are ahead, and they elected Republicans to deliver on those brighter days. And I think maybe their leader wanted to speak for hours and hours and break records because they wanted to stand in the way of history. But history is not going to be denied. We were elected with a purpose. Donald Trump ran all around this country. He went to swing states that they said Republicans could never win. And he didn't give different messages to different places. A lot of us traveled with the president. And the one thing you can say about Donald Trump is it doesn't matter where he went. When you listen to his speech, it was probably going to be a little bit longer than the paper that was written. Might have been about a 15-minute long speech because President Trump speaks from the heart. President Trump expanded our base. It wasn't just the typical Republican voters. It was people of all walks of life, people who had given up on Washington because Washington gave up on them, and they finally saw a leader who was willing to fight for the hardworking people of this country. That's who Donald Trump has always been. And all the people that knock Donald Trump ignore one important fact. There is no better, more passionate fighter for America and its hope and promise than Donald J. Trump. And President Trump said at every stop, if you elect me, if you give me a Republican House and a Republican Senate, these are the things I will do. It was kind of historic in a lot of ways. It should be commonplace that a presidential candidate runs on specific things and then delivers on every single thing he ran on. He said, I'm going to secure America's border. His opponents said they were going to keep the border open. He said, I'm going to actually make our country energy independent again and end the war, the attack on American energy that we've seen for 4 years, crush jobs, crush the economy, force families to pay too much for gasoline, and embolden the enemies of our nation like Russia, Iran, and others. And those days are over with this one big, beautiful bill. And President Trump said a lot of other things, but what American people knew about not only electing Donald Trump, but about keeping this House majority and about electing a Republican Senate is that they said, we're going to entrust this group of people to go and be different and to deliver on those promises. And when you look through all the historic things in this one big, beautiful bill, the wins for hard-working families, win after win after win, it's delivering on those promises. We are going to see economic growth. When Donald Trump signs this bill tomorrow on America's birthday, the independence of our nation, you will start seeing historic growth like we've never seen before. I've been proud to work on a lot of important pieces of legislation. There is not one group of people, and there is not one bigger piece of legislation that will deliver more great benefits for the hardworking families who have been struggling in this country than this one big, beautiful bill. There's a reason it was hard. There's a reason that it wasn't 2 committees like Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. It was 11 committees involved. Historic. We made great historic reforms in education policy. First ever repeal of a Second Amendment tax in the history of our country. A constitutional right being taxed, gone in this bill. You've heard about a lot of the other provisions. One of the things you didn't hear about is school choice. Federal school choice for the first time ever. So low-income families will have an opportunity to get their kids out of failing schools. Every Democrat voted against all of those things. And they're going to have to explain that. Once the lies and the hot air and the long-winded speeches are over, people are going to go, I'm better off today now that this bill's signed into law and all the things you said didn't happen, but the great things that Donald Trump and this Republican majority promised did. And that's the testament to the non-ending hard work of this group of people. And I will tell you, I've worked alongside a lot of leaders, and I've been blessed to be a part of leadership and majorities mostly, minorities too. It's a lot more fun to be in the majority. But you get in the majority to do the big things, to do the hard work. And believe me, this was hard work. You all know it. You all know how many times this bill could have died if we just said, you know what, it's probably not going to get there. There's a lot of reasons why you could say it's just going to fail. But this group always said from the beginning, and we told you this and we meant it, failure's not an option because the American people are counting on us. There's too much at stake. There was too much at stake from the very beginning, and we knew the power of what this bill will do for those families who were counting on us. And so every time it would have been easy to give up, we just thought about those families who entrusted us with their vote, and we had to deliver for them. We figured out a way to come together. People you never would have thought showing up voting yes. And I will tell you, all the leaders I've served with, I don't think there's one that held this group together, complicated majority, narrow majority, narrowest we've ever had. We were down a 2-vote majority at the beginning of this process. And Speaker Mike Johnson never one day wavered on his commitment. Donald Trump absolutely was our closer, and Donald Trump never stopped. Every day was there in the fight. Who do I need to call? What do I need to do? No president more directly engaged. And believe me, tomorrow at the White House, you're going to see a proud president who's ready to deliver on his promise to the American people. But this bill wouldn't be heading over to the White House tonight without the incredible yeoman's unwavering support of Speaker of the House, my dear friend, Mike Johnson, our leader.
Thank you. This is the vote tally card. We're going to frame this one, okay? 218, 214. Listen, I'm not going to give you a long speech. A lot has been said today, and these people are exhausted. A couple of us quite literally haven't slept in 2 days, so I'm a danger to myself and others right now. I'm not going to speak off the cuff. I'll just say this. I mean, many of you have asked me this question in the hall over the last couple of days. But when it looked like that we might actually deliver this thing, particularly this morning, how did you know? I mean, what kept you going? Why did you think this was possible? You guys made an audacious plan. You brought the most comprehensive, complicated piece of legislation, probably, arguably in the top 2 or 3 in the history of the Congress, with the smallest margin in U.S. history, which we had for a big chunk of the first 100 days. And you put this audacious timeline. You said you were going to pass it out of the House by Memorial Day. I mean, some of you openly laughed at me when I said that back in early February. And then we said we would get it done by July 4th. We beat Memorial Day by 4 days, and we got this one done a day early. I just want to point out, okay?
Schedule and under budget.
So the question was, I mean, why? Why did you do that? Why did you think that was possible? Because it sums up. I would sum it up with one word. It's belief. Okay, we had a vision for what we wanted to do as a group. We believed in the election cycle last fall that we were going to be given this great blessing of unified government, that we would have the White House and the Senate and the House aligned, an alignment, unified government. And we did not want to waste that opportunity because we understand the history that comes along with it, the opportunity that we can do for the country, and we believe that we would have that chance. And then I believe in the people that are standing here behind me. I believe in this group, every single one of them individually. Some of them are more fun to deal with than others, you know. I mean that with the greatest level of respect. I love every single one of my colleagues. You know, even the ones I got to spend the more time with, right? Because everybody's here, their motive is right, their heart is right. They're trying to do right for their constituents. They're trying to serve the greatest nation in the history of the world that we're going to celebrate tomorrow. We don't take that lightly. I know their hearts, and I know what their skill sets are, and I know what they bring to the table. And I get up every day excited because I know that each of them are going to bring that to the table, and they're going to serve their constituents. You could not have a greater group of public servants than the people standing in this room right here. They will give their all for this country. And man, that's what the framers intended when they put this thing together 249 years ago. This is what it was about. So I believed in this vision. I believed in the group. I believe in America. I believe we have the greatest nation. I'm going to say this very simply, and everybody here would articulate it in their own way. We had a tough 4 years before this last election cycle. America we were in deep trouble. And we knew that if we won, and we believed we would, and we knew that if we got unified government, we'd have to quite literally fix every area of public policy. Everything was an absolute disaster under the Biden-Harris radical, woke, progressive Democrat regime. And we took the best effort that we could in one big, beautiful bill to fix as much of it as we could. And I am so grateful to God that we got that done as we did. Because of the dedication, yeah. Lastly, it's no secret, I do believe in God. I believe in that motto that's up that I referenced in the floor speech a little while ago. I believe that is what has made our nation the greatest in the history of the world. And some people shake their heads and they think that's old-fashioned or something. That is a fact. When the framers put this together, they stepped out in faith. They did something that no nation had ever done before. The great statesman, philosopher G.K. Chesterton of Great Britain said, America is the only nation in the world that was founded upon a creed. And he said it's listed with almost theological lucidity or clarity in the nation's birth certificate, the Declaration of Independence. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that we recognize, we boldly proclaim the self-evident truth that our rights do not come from the government, they come from God himself. He's the one that gave us our rights. That's right. Abraham Lincoln said in the Gettysburg Address, we are dedicated to this proposition, to one nation, under God. A government of the people, by the people, for the people, shall not perish from the earth. This is an experiment. It's only 249 years, y'all. That's not a long span of time in human history. It's just a blip on the whole scale of human history. It is up to us to save it. It's up to the duly elected representatives of the people to come here and represent. And it's up to every single one of us, of the people, by the people, for the people, all of us. So you got to be engaged, and we got to pass this along to the next generation. Reagan reminded us, freedom's not inherited in the bloodstream. It's got to be protected. It's got to be fought for. It's got to be taught to the next generation, so that they will have the same liberty, opportunity, and security that we have all known and too often take it for granted. So I just want to say, we're going to get to the main event here. We're about to sign this bill and get it over to the White House, okay? Some of these men and women have got to go catch flights and stuff. So we're going to sign this real quick, and I'll take a few questions. But I just want to say this: do not take for granted what we have been given, this grand experiment in self-governance. We can preserve it, but we got to do it all together. God bless you. Thanks for being here. Appreciate it.
Run it. I want to be the runner. That's the coolest.
Zach, y'all head home. We're gonna head out, Tim. Y'all hang right. Yeah. Back to Iowa. Where that fighter pin? That's Ronnie.
All right, everybody. It is signed. It's in the books. It is now in. If it's not in his hands, it's about to be in his hands very shortly. I can keep showing you this, but I'll cut the music so you can actually see this stuff happening. Okay, that's not it. Yeah. So everybody's getting their picture taken. It's pretty cool. Pretty cool. It got passed. It's awesome. Very awesome. All right, so I'm going to get out of here. But before I get out of here, I want to show you guys a couple things. A couple interesting things. Let's see here. I told you earlier as I was talking, and I said, what's next? What could be next? And I showed you, I'm like, hey, we're on to page 3. What are we going to do next? And I had some ideas, and a lot of you guys said it's time to start arresting people. It's time to get people out of the countries altogether, all of it. So, yeah, I won't forget, SB. And I saw this, and I wanted to show you. Those of you guys who know who Dan Scavino is basically Trump's right-hand man in terms of social media. He posted this old video, and with no caption, as you can see. No caption. Get your popcorn. That's called a comm. That is a comm. That is a message right there. Get your popcorn, baby. It's going to get crazy right now, and it actually is going to get crazy immediately. Go get some popcorn. I wanted to just show you a couple of things, and look at what happened as a result of this bill. This is wild. ICE will now have more funding than all but two countries' militaries in the whole world. If you're in a country not supposed to be here, your time here is short. Self-deport because ICE is coming. These are the top global defense budgets, and it's got ICE inserted as if it's its own country. Number 1 is United States budget for military. Number 2 is China. And number 3 is ICE. Over all these other countries, more than Russia, more than India and Saudi Arabia combined, more than the UK and Japan combined, more than Japan, Australia, and France combined. ICE is now one of the biggest military forces in the world by itself. I gotta say that popular phrase. Let that sink in. Custom and Borders Patrol, DHS, ICE, it is now the biggest military force amongst almost every country except China. If you're not supposed to be here, if you think you've skated for some time, run for the hills. And it doesn't really matter who you are. I say that because you're not going to believe this. This literally happened at 3:35, 10 minutes ago. ICE just arrested boxer Julio Cesar Chavez for being in the country and for his being in the country illegally and for his affiliation with the Sinaloa cartel. A few days ago, he was whooped in the boxing ring by Jake Paul, and now he's in custody. All I can tell you is get your popcorn. We're wondering what's coming next, and I think we now know. I think you know what's coming. And notice, he grabbed a big old bag of popcorn. It's about to get crazy. Nuts. So it's gonna get nuts. Okay, so the event tonight that I want to tell you guys about is the America 250 kickoff celebration. President Trump is due to speak at 8:30 p.m. Eastern. So depending on where you live, it will be different. So at 8:30 p.m. Eastern, President Trump is due to speak. However, let's see what they have in terms of events. Looks like I'm looking for the schedule. Not really sure what they're going to be doing in terms of when and how we're going to go, but I'm going to go live at 7:30. So at 7:30, I will be live. I'll show you Michael Flynn's interview. Hope you guys can join me. What else we got? Looking down here. Okay, everything looks good. This is the actual bill that Mike Johnson just signed, heading to the president's desk. So not going to waste any time. Going to get it done. Going to get it done. Whew. I cannot believe they arrested that boxer already. Good grief. I'm pretty much thinking if you've done some stuff against America, if you're not supposed to be here, get out. Don't, oh my goodness. With that kind of a force, they're basically, you watch them, they're going to deputize people. Oh, it's going to be insane. Absolutely insane if you're not supposed to be here. I wouldn't put my head down and go to sleep. Nope. All right, so let me do super chats, and then it's been almost 5 hours, so I won't do an after party tonight. And so I'll see you back here after the super chats at about 7:30. All right, I can do the after party if you guys want to hang out. I don't care. All right, so here we go. Tim Sparry. Good morning. I'm born and raised south side of Chicago. Mayor Weasel Johnson. Big ones to little ones corrupt. 50 caps on his security details. Chicago is the epicenter of all of this. Daley, Obama. Yep, I remember Daley. Madigan, Weasel. You're right. Tough out there. Susan Book. Republicans celebrate. Democrats cry, cry, cry. Oh, yeah. How much time can Jeffries talk? Well, we now know that, but thank you, Stan. Judy, thank you. Joshua, Jeffries must have the good coca, the good yayo for this run. Rocket League, we're worried about true Americans, not immigrants. Well, newcomers. Hey, Tommy, does he hear himself? We just found all your fraud, lies, and sick effing lack of morals. No able American will be affected, just the newcomers and lazy people. Yep. Todd Doyle, Jeffries is like Captain Kirk and Obama had a son. That is a good one. Oh my goodness, that's a good one. Kyle, please play Run DMC. You talk too much on Rumble tonight. It's perfect for Team Obama. I'm not going to be doing a jump over tonight because we got the event. But we will, tomorrow night we'll do. I think tomorrow, just to let you know, I anticipate it's going to be a slow news day, and I'm not going to just show the same old whiny stuff from the Democrats, although it might be a good comedy show. I'll put a laugh track underneath it. That's what I'll do. But tomorrow night might be a good night for a movie night. So I'll check out and see what might be out there. Tomorrow might be a good night for a movie night. So stay tuned. I'll let you guys know in the morning. In fact, we're going to do a movie night, but I'll figure out which one it will be. RBI Sports, we the people equals checkmate. Yes. Just another knuckleheads. Geez, remember Def Comedy Jam? Kind of flashing back on that. I cannot listen to a word. Kim Hansen, they talk higher education. Guess what? You take your college and stuff it. I'll put my street smarts up against against those book smarts any day. And he was not doing well trying to, how can I say, help the cause of HBCUs. Wow. If that's what you go to HBCU and you come out like that, that ain't good, bro. Thanks for the TED Talk. We'll send you the overtime bill. Stan Cherry, can Mike shut it down? Nope. I hope that now that they've got some cachet, that they start changing some of these rules. None of this change all of it. None of that 5-minute rotating crapping in the hearings. None of that, and you got to stay on point. You got to ask a question. You got to let the person answer. Barry, thanks for explaining. You're great. Thank you, darling. Kim Hampson, he's drinking all the water so he can put himself out when the pants catch fire from all those lies. 1776 Viking, thank you, Barry. I've not said this in a while. Thanks for keeping the truth alive. Thank you very, very much. Deplorable D, thank you for your coverage. A little for your time, brother. Thank you very, very much. Donald Donovan, Barry, I could do it. I had stage 3 bladder cancer, had my bladder removed, so I have an ostomy bag and can hook a drainage container to it. Yeah, that's a tough one. Barry Canova, hope the new studio processes a go for you, Barry. Yeah, I won't have so much moving around and doing things. I can actually, like this morning I had to disconnect because I had to do the interview with Michael Flynn, whereas if I had a different workstation, I could have just walked over there and did it. So, yep, it's design stage already right now. And I want to get a nice video wall behind me so I can put up all kinds of stuff. Maryland, I wanted that since the football stuff I used to do, but I'm gonna do that. A big, nice video wall behind me. Thank you, Barry, and all you beautiful mods for all you do. God bless. Yeah, you guys gotta prop out to the mods, man. I mean, this is 5 hours. Yesterday was 19 hours. I don't think anyone else got those kind of mods. I'm gonna give them a big shout out tonight. Trumpinator, the government is a business and they work for us. Very well said. Cornelius, thank you, Barry, for the awesome work you do. Thank you. Fazul, TDS over common sense. It amazes me. Wallace Hagel, thank you, Barry, for educating people with common sense and your words of wisdom. You are a true patriot. Thank you. Thank you. My dad would be proud too. Toby, there's nothing these nutcases do that is good for the American people. Not at all. Robin Ann, thank you. Neo, greatest thanks, Barry and Fanfare team. This has been grueling. Tomorrow can't come fast enough. Still have faith. Yes, exactly. Mary Boston, sad, but thank God we are Americans. True. God, Richa. What's going to happen first with Dala Obama? He need Womblins for collapse. He's got to. If I were him, he's happy it's the 4th of July. He knew they were lost. They made that poor man get out there and do that stupid stuff. Fazul, Dems rolled the dice by abandoning labor and embracing the newcomers. Admit it, Dems, you lost the bet. Time to pay up. It's gonna be a big pay up period too. Don't cross the red line, or I'll give another long ass speech. Ben, what's up, brother? Thank you. Tom Noble, thanks for all your hard work, Barry. God bless you. Thank you. Dara Luisa Segala, MAGA Patriots Party is the only party I need. Absolutely. We're going to have one tonight. Joshua Bennett, I was halfway through my morning walk when he started. By the time he finished, I'll be working my second shift at work. I didn't get the exact time, but I bet it was close to 8 hours. Who voted for this? You're right. Big Cat, we are so happy to have President Trump tonight in my home state. I had to work, but my mom and sister are going. Oh, fantastic. Hope I get a new MAGA hat. George Rivera, the MCSA is agreeing to what came back. The process is now complete. Yes. Karen Seafor, there goes old Al Green to ask for an impeachment again. Oh, yeah, probably be on Friday. Actually, that's tomorrow. Oh, okay, that's why he is doing it today. Okay. Redeemed Patriot, I'm doing the Barry twerk dance. B.F. Thompson, thank you. Donna, my anxiety is at max. I need pills. Beverly Litton, Speaker Johnson is about to speak. Just got it. Kim Hansen, Barry, I'm well schooled in evasion techniques. I ran from the popo my home life, homeless at 12. Hope things have changed for you. Leaders, my staff and I are impressed with your professionalism, and yes, Elon will reappear. Thank you very much. Mr. Mike, happy birthday, Barry. America, it passed. God bless. Thank you. Redeemed Patriot, this is the day the Lord has made. Let us rejoice and be glad in it, for sure. Brian Newland, I am very emotional today. Today is the 37th anniversary of July 3rd, 1998. Is it your anniversary? This big, beautiful passed on this anniversary. It was, I guess, your wife. Sorry to hear that. Viking King again. Happy 4th of July to the entire Fanfare family. What if Elon, alongside with Trump, is creating a new second party to work with and keep a proper America First two-party system? I thought that. I did think that. I'm wondering that. Would it be absolutely jaw-dropping if Elon showed up tonight? Don't know what to expect. Mr. Anderson, I went to bed last night with a prayer to save the bill when we were down, woke up to an inspirational change. Yes. Wait a minute, where'd I go with all that? Okay. Tim Allred, now the Dems know that because the bill is passed and the American people will benefit, they are in a world of hurt for the next couple of decades. But they get dangerous when that happens. Thomas Schuster, we've been witnessing history book events for the last 5 months, and Trump stated he still has 3.5 years left. Pray for good midterm. Demon of Cybertron, don't worry, Barry. I started eating popcorn when Hakeem started talking. Well, they're probably you're full as can be right now. Donna, if Trump can't sign tonight, we can use the auto pen. No, that's too much. Cats rule. Thank you. Tilly, congratulates MAGA Fanfare family. Shane Tankersley, do we have to wait until January 1st for the VBB to take effect? I have to find that out. I remember I talked to, who did I talk to? I talked to Brandon Gill. And certain things take, well, obviously, no. It's not January 1st. It's right now. The tax part, in terms of no tax on tips, I think you have to wait because you don't file till next year. That's a good point. There are going to be certain things that are in effect right now. But in terms of you being able to file with no tax on tips, that obviously you don't file till next April. But the money for the border, now. Money for ICE, now. All that stuff is happening. But the rest of it, we'll see what happens. Hey, Tommy, I'll say that again. We love you, Barry. Thank you, Tommy. Tilly, congratulations, President Trump and administration. Penny Corridor, thanks, Barry, for staying with this voting for 2 days. You and Fair family are awesome. Thank you very much. And Rose Rohali, thank you, Barry, for all you do. All right, so here's what we're going to do. I'm going to hit the after party. Let me just do a quick round and see if SV's got any other breaking news. Don't see anything on X. A lot of people obviously going to be talking. I'm seeing if President Trump has posted anything. No, he's probably on the plane. No, nothing posted yet. So I'm sure we'll have some news tonight. All right, so tonight we're going to be doing the, not a rally. I guess it's a rally, America 250. We're going to be covering that, and he's supposed to speak at about 8 or 8:30, so that's why I'm going to make sure I am on at 7:30. I already have an interview with General Michael Flynn on, and then tomorrow, I don't know, we'll see what the news is like tomorrow, but we'll definitely do a movie night tonight. Tomorrow night we'll do a movie night as well. Big day, big last 2 days. Thank you guys for hanging out and being a part of everything. We'll see you tonight at 7:30.